couple of minutes, we will get started.
Okay, fine.
Hey, Sami.
We are just waiting for a few more minutes, then we'll make a start. Waiting for a few more folks to join.
Hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Product and Tech Summit 2023. So some of you joined today the first time, so we will quickly give a big glimpse of what happened yesterday, and then we can get started with the today's session. So we had 5 different topics yesterday. All of them are related to the new technology, AI, generative AI, and all the topics. So first we had Chandra, who had gone through this AI-related topic, then Harbir Singh, followed by Supriya, and then Pavan, and then Anjuman. So we had 5 speakers yesterday, and today we are having 6 speakers with the 6 different topics related to product management. So this summit, we are making it as a free as part of the community engagement, and we are sharing the few of the NGO related details with the participants during the breaks and as part of the emails as well. So we received few of the confirmations about the payments which was done to the NGOs. Thanks for all the support you are doing for the NGOs for this good cause. So let's get started with our day 2 sessions. So today, the first we have Anand Muthiraj sir, SPCT, who will be making us go through the new rules of product management, followed by Alan. He will be taking us through the importance of vision, strategy, and roadmap. Then Balaji will be covering about how to build OKR-driven product roadmap. The next 3 topics are related to the future of mobility by Prabhu, and then exploring product space as an Agile coach by Satyajit, then followed by Nilanchi covering customer obsession canvas. So all the topics today related to the product management. So we hope you will make use of all the topics and make sure you get a lot of insights and inputs from our experienced speakers who will be sharing their expertise. Over to you, Gaurav.
Thanks, Satish. So I'm just starting now. So we'll start first with Anand sir. So Anand sir is the first SAFE fellow, and he is the SPCT trainer. Now, I would won't say much about sir, so I would give this opportunity to sir to share his more details with the audience. So Anand sir, over to you now. You can share your screen.
Thank you, Gaurav. So warm welcome to all of you. I know it's first of all post-lunch, difficult to sit, and you have a very interesting match going on. But anyway, I'll try to keep it more interesting than the cricket match. Right? What I'm going to talk today is very different. I have been working with some of the product management teams from the last 6 months, and I realize a pattern. They are not product managers, they're just project managers. So when I ask a lot of product managers and product owners, what is your role? How do you want to play your role? They always think about the execution part. They never think beyond Scrum. They tell that my job is to create a backlog, ensure that the teams understand the backlog, write acceptance criteria and all that stuff. But the space of product development is very different. In fact, if you see the ads, it said the new rules of product management. But as I started putting things in place, I realized it's not management, it's development. It's developing a product, developing oneself. So I changed it to product development. A quick introduction about myself. I'm the first SAFE Fellow of Asia and also the first SPCT of Asia. I've been in the industry for close to 26, 27 years now. Since 2017 July, I've delivered more than 89 implementing SAFE classes, which by far is the highest in the globe. And I've at least touched 10,000 hearts during my journey. 8 out of 10 SPCs in India are certified by me. I've helped numerous organizations in transformation, launched close to 15 trains in the space of health tech, aerospace, electromechanical systems, and automotive domains. I'm also doing something very interesting where we are trying to build agility in manufacturing. The whole concept of agility started from manufacturing and we're taking back to manufacturing. So I'm on a mission to help organizations establish collaboration by breaking silos. I aim in building long-term relationship and partnerships with people by enabling transformation capabilities within organization. A transformation always happens through PPT, people, process, and technology. While technology and process makes the transformation convenient, it is people who make it memorable. So our organization mission statement is making transformation lovable. So let's get started. We all know Apple is a technology company, a product company. They manufacture televisions, laptops, mobile phones, watches, some accessories. Right? But if you look at the Apple product, there is something very unique in it. Now, I'm not expecting an answer from you to be typed in chat, but just how many of you probably have an iPhone in this group? Maybe about out of 25, maybe about 10 might have an iPhone group, an iPhone phone. How many of you have still preserved the pack that you have got initially? I'm sure 80% of the people in this group who have bought an iPhone still have that original pack with you. Why? Why is that you've never used that pack after that, but still you have preserved that cap? It's because of the beauty and the experience that you had when opening your iPhone. Right? And how did this come? Who's the real product owner of Apple products? It's Jobs. Now, Steve Jobs was a college dropout. He had a fantastic love towards calligraphy. He loved calligraphy. That's why you see the fonts in an Apple product is beautiful. Steve Jobs also spent some time in a Buddhist monastery north in Himalayas. He realized the beauty of simplicity in life. And look at those two things that are embedded in every Apple product. So the product owner's job is not blindly to take something. You need to have a conviction. And now let's come to competition. We can compete with Google on speed. You can compete with Google on availability. But how do you compete with the beautiful experience that you had when opening the iPhone from its box? That is what differentiates Apple from the rest of the world. Every phone is a phone. You may challenge me, what's big deal about an iPhone? What is so big deal about an iPhone? The biggest deal is the experience that you get when you're using the iPhone. It is a seamless experience. So you can compete with your competitors in the market in any part of the product functionality, but how do you measure experience? You cannot measure experience, and that's why Apple is the king today in the market. Now, is it only for Apple products? Let's look at a different world now. Let's look at the coffee product, coffee as a product. Somewhere at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, everything was based on something called product economy. Everybody were selling products. Mass production became the norm of the day. Now let's take an example of how you have to prepare a coffee. You have to purchase the coffee powder. At least in India, we add milk and sugar to that. You'll have to create a decoction out of it. You'll have to add milk, add sugar. You'll have to heat it. Then you have to have your cup of coffee. Then you have to clean the cup. And that's what we were very upset of, cleaning the cup. So we shifted to hotels where you don't have to do cleaning or preparation, just pay a little premium price and then you can get your coffee, whatever you want. Over a period of time, we moved from a product economy to a service economy. In a service economy, it's all about brands, instant coffee. You don't even have to prepare decoction. Everything was a premium price. And the coffee was not served by some human, it was served by a machine. You just go, touch few buttons, you get your coffee, just go. And if you are in a paper cup, throw the cup into the dustbin, you're done with your job. So the life became, so coffee as a service started. But today, there is a big problem in this service. The machine never smiles at you. The machine never interacts with you like how a human interacts. So it's very important that we deliver a beautiful product with a wonderful human experience. And that's why coffee making is not just about making coffee. And you must have seen how Starbucks is the #1 in coffee. Now, what is so special about Starbucks? Why do you think Starbucks is always flooded with people? Right? Because they're not selling a coffee. They're doing something else. They're focusing on experience. And how do you do that experience? How do you give that experience? They touch your sense organs. Let's look at one by one. The moment you open the door of a Starbucks restaurant, there is a beautiful coffee aroma that comes in. That is smell. Now, as you get in, there is this barista who welcomes you with a smile. The barista is always confident, knowledgeable, likable, and approachable. That is the sign. Wherever you see photographs of coffee beans, etc. Next is sound. Now, the barista greets the regular customers with a good smile and remembers their choice. If you are a new customer, the barista engages you with a conversation. And in any Starbucks office, just try this. Just go to a Starbucks restaurant, pick up a menu, and just start reading the menu like 10 times. Just see what will happen. Immediately, somebody will come to you and say, "Can I help you choose the coffee, sir?" They will not ask you, "Do you want coffee?" Well, you want coffee. That is why you have come there. So the conversation, the sound that you hear is more like, "How can I help you?" The barista, can I request people to mute their mic if they're not talking? There's some background noise. Thank you. The barista suggests you the best coffee of your choice based on the conversations. And also there is the sound of this coffee machine, which kind of constantly distracts you and you always look at the machine. And that's how sound is taken care of. Next is taste. The barista is trained to live something called just say yes to customer policy. Now, let's say in case you have some complaint about the coffee. You just tell that I don't like this coffee. The coffee doesn't taste good. No questions are asked. You will just get one more brand new coffee again. Because they believe that there is no point fighting for a cup of coffee. Because if they fight for a cup of coffee, you may not come for them. They may lose a customer forever. And the last one is touch. The upholstery and interiors are clean and they are appealing. They also do something very interesting, right? They write your name on the coffee cup and the barista shouts in front of everybody. Now you walk to the counter, receive your cup of coffee and you feel that you are respected. You feel as if you are receiving your Harvard University honors and it is not just a cup of coffee. And that's why Starbucks say, we are not a coffee company serving people. We are a people company serving coffee. Now, this is how they touch the sense organs. And that's why people go back to Starbucks again and again. Now, you may ask a question to me. We are all in a digital world. How can you touch the sense organs in a digital world? Well, let's look at that. Look at how Uber does that. Right? Uber app is hardware agnostic, OS agnostic. Any version of OS it runs, any iOS device it runs. It runs on a tablet, it runs on your mobile phones. If you look at these apps, they are very intuitive, they're very easy to use. Anybody using the app for the first time will find a little bit of a confusion, but second time, there is no confusion. There is less cognitive load on people, on users when they use this app. To book a cab, you just have to do minimum number of clicks. Touch and clicks are very minimum. Have you ever experienced that? Let's say you want to buy a chocolate in Amazon or buy a mobile phone in Amazon. Just type some phone, let's type iPhone. You get 100 choices. You are lost. You're confused which product to buy. However, in Uber, you have very limited choices. They only tell you what is UberX, Comfort, Excel. That's it. They give you less number of choices, and all the choices you can see in the screen in one shot. They also keep users updated real time. Once the driver accepts, you can actually track the driver. Once you sit in the car, you can actually track the car. You can tell where you are. You can send a message to your loved ones just to keep them informed where you are. And it is also designed to make drivers and riders behave better by giving feedback. Right? Constantly you get a negative feedback, you will not get that driver would never get more options. The driver will not get more business there. And if you start behaving badly, your request will always be on a lower priority. This is how Uber has done to take care of people in the digital age. As a product owner, you will have to think of all these things. You have to think of experience as one of the most important non-functional requirement. Unfortunately, I never see product owners thinking in this direction. The other important aspect of product owners is the power of observation. Henry Ford once went to a meat factory. What he found was something like this. The body of the animal was stuck to a hook, and that hook had a pulley on the top with wheels. As the animal's body started to move from stage to stage, they were disassembling the animal. At the end, the last stage were only left with some bones. Everything was removed. Immediately, Henry Ford did the opposite. Instead of a disassembly line, he created an assembly line. By creating this assembly line, he brought down the cost of car drastically to 1/3 of the cost and still made a profit of it. And he became the largest car manufacturer of the world. So it is your power of observation that you need to have. Keep your eyes open. When you go out, when you're traveling back home as a product owner, look at what's happening around you. Look at the small innovations people have done, small changes people have done to make a meaningful life. And those can be great ideas that you could incorporate in your product. Right? So you will have to bring multiple things. You'll have to get ideas across multiple domains and then probably create a new idea. That's an innovation at no cost. So keep your eyes open. Observation is very important for product owners. One of the other important aspects when I talk to product owners is they say that, well, we have to give the best possible experience to our customers. We have to create the best possible experience to our customers. Our customers should not face any problem in our product or a solution. But let me try to challenge that. In 1916, a shop called Piggly Wiggly in the United States did something totally different. Till 1916, till this shop started the concept of retail shopping was that a family members, typically the father or the mother of the family, would go to the shop. They would stand in front of the counter, place their request, and then there would be somebody who would fulfill the request, who would give all the products. But Piggly Wiggly was the first retail shop that made people the idea of a shopping cart. Let's move forward to McDonald's. When you go to McDonald's, do you just eat food there? You don't just eat food, you actually work for McDonald's. You're standing in the queue, you're holding the tray, you get the tray, you take the tray to the table, you eat your food, you clean up the entire table, put it in the dustbin and then walk away. So in McDonald's, you get a feeling that you just didn't eat, you did something different. Same idea has been taken by IKEA. How come IKEA is it creates such wonderful furniture at such low cost? How is that they're able to do that? Because they make you to do things. IKEA always says, do your work. IKEA gives you the products and a procedure how to assemble. You assemble the product in your house. By doing this, IKEA saves a lot of time and money, and they make huge profits out of it. Why should we talk only about American companies? IKEA is, of course, a European company. Let's talk about an Indian company called ID. The guy on the left of the left bottom here his name is Mustafa. He's the CEO of ID. Mustafa realized that it's important to give quality food to South Indians. Plus, he could have prepared idli and sold, but he sells batter. Why? Because the quality of batter is so good that when you prepare batter at home, the taste is good. The entire family will ask, who prepared the batter? Who prepared the idli or dosa? The answer is the lady of the house. So the credit is given to the lady, not to the manufacturer. But actually the quality comes from the manufacturer. So Mustafa understood that if I try to take credit from the lady, she will not allow my product in her kitchen. And that's why Mustafa said, I will just give the batter, do your work as the head of the kitchen. There is something called SAS law. Now, SAS law says supply creates its own demand. We need to know what we need to create in the market. And the most important thing that all of these guys are doing is do it yourself. At the end of the day, when you sleep on a mat, on a cot that you have assembled, there is a lot of self-satisfaction. There's a lot of self-satisfaction. And that effort is justified by when people say, wow, what a great product. So it's not about giving customers everything. It's about making customers also to do something. Let's start thinking if we can incorporate these things in our solutions. There's something called a whole product mindset. Now, these are some data points from 2015 to 2019 about Maruti Suzuki's market share. In FY15, it was 45%, FY16, 46.79%, FY17, 2017 is 47.38, 18 became close to 49.98, and FY19 was a huge leap of 54.5%. I was always wondering, how come the market is same, the people is same? How come Maruti is able to make so much good progress while M&M, Mahindra and Mahindra lost the market? Right? Mahindra and Mahindra lost the market, and Hyundai lost the market. Why? It is the same people. We are not separate. We see every brand as a car, because Maruti has something called a whole product mindset, and this is the whole product mindset. It's not about selling a car. It's about facilitating the sale of the car. They have Maruti Finance. For usage, you have authorized service center everywhere. And if you want to dispose, you have Maruti True Value. Risk reduction, elite customers. They have a separate showroom called Nexa. For usage, for risk reduction, for purchase, insurance. People who have used Maruti insurance, you realize it is so simple to deal with them. It's so simple to get your insurance claim, as against conventional insurance company where they make your life hell. Genuine accessories. They give real good accessories that life of these products are very much more than as compared to some type 2 or type 3 products in the market. Right? Convenience. They teach you your Maruti driving school. When you're driving, there is always a 24/7 roadside assistance. and there is a pickup and drop. You see, Maruti is not just selling a car. It is taking care of every aspect of what a customer needs before, during, and after buying the car. And that's why generally I've seen once you become an owner of a Maruti Suzuki vehicle in India, you tend to go to the same vehicle again. This is called the whole product mindset. How many of us as product owners really think about a solution delivered to production before, during, and after? We don't even care for after. We have not even thought about it. I think it's time for us to start thinking about it. We always say product owners are for innovation. Well, it's a great idea to innovate. If you have spent some time in the field of design thinking, it says that innovation, this is a sweet spot of innovation where you have human desirability, business viability, and technical feasibility, all the three coming together. This is the sweet spot of innovation. Right? If you have seen companies generally, but my biggest question here is, where do we start? Should we start with human desirability? Should we start thinking about innovation from a business viability point of view or technical feasibility point of view? We all know Bangalore traffic is horrible. Why don't we build a flyover from north to south of Bangalore? Well, it's nice choice to have, but technical feasibility, is it really feasible? Is it really viable? Right? It's very nice to have. So where do we start is always a question. So I just did a bit of a thinking, a bit of searching. Generally, when you see when two companies join hands together, they always have both the names, like Maruti Suzuki, Ford Mahindra, they always come together. But when Yamaha came to India, Yamaha RX100, one of the most successful two-wheeler, two-stroke engine that came to India, it was launched with Yamaha itself. Why? It was this was exactly the sweet spot of innovation. Technically, it was feasible, business viable. The Indian crowd had given up the idea of scooter and they wanted to go to a stylish two-wheelers called bikes. So where did we start then? Why did only Yamaha come as Yamaha only? Yamaha had joined hands with a company called Escorts. Now you have to write Yamaha Escorts in this. To do that, they had to alter the tank design. And the sleek tank design was the beauty of Yamaha RX100. So they really did not want to do it. They, in fact, asked the question, which is the brand of Escorts? Is there a brand two-wheeler of Escorts? I'm sure most of you would answer this question. The brand two-wheeler of Escorts was Rajdoot. Now, Yamaha Rajdoot would have been a bigger text to put on the tank. They even thought, can we split it? Now, what will happen if you split Yamaha and Rajdoot and try to mix and match? You get something called Yamraj or Yamdoot. Technical feasibility, excellent. Business viability, beautiful. Human desirability, zero. Tell me, in India, will you buy a vehicle which is called Yamraj? Yamraj is the god of death, and Yamdoot is the god's assistant. You will never buy it. So whenever you are starting to building a solution, always look from a human desirability point of view. Start with human desirability. That's why design thinking, the very first step is empathy. You have to empathize with your customers. Coming to empathy, none of us really understand what is empathy, let me tell you, because empathy is something that you cannot teach to people. Empathy is something you have to experience it. Now let's take an example of November 27, 2008, when Taj Hotel was attacked. Right? There is a YouTube video from this person called Rohit Deshpande. He has done this, and this behavior of this staff in Taj on that day is actually a Harvard business case study. Let me give you some data around what happened that day. 1,700 people were there in the hotel premises. 1,600 were guests and 1,600 were hotel staff. There were 500 guests at restaurant and banquet halls. On that day, there was a deadly terror attack. Only 166 died, 1,600 survived. Now let me tell you about the behavior of the people. None of the hotel staff fled the scene, not even one, after they came to know there is a terror attack. Telephone operators who had gone out to their home in the evening after realizing that their hotels were under attack came back. They went to their rooms. They started calling every every guest in the room and alerted them not to come out. This one person called Kamambir Singh lost his wife, Neeti, and two kids, Uday and Samar, aged 14 and 5 respectively. They were burned to death. Yet this man was completely focused on tirelessly helping guests to move to safety. Unilever board staff were there at the banquet hall. They were giving an exit to the current CEO and welcoming the new CEO. And they say the calm and composure in which the staff came and helped them to pass the message that there is a terror attack, not to panic. In fact, they said to close all the doors, switch off all the lights, and they said husband and wife should not stand next to each other. Because if the terrorist comes to know your husband and wife, there is a likely chance they'll kill one of them. These staff made human chain through the underground passages and led all of these staff for safety. When the terrorist fired, they took the bullet, but they did not. They protected the guests. Is this an organization culture? Tata organization culture? Is it a national culture? As in India, we always say Atithi Devo Bhava. Is it a national culture? Or is it an industry culture? Or is it just living empathy to its fullest extent? Unless until you empathize with your customers, you will never understand their needs. So we will have to be ready to keep our leg in the shoes of customers, knowing that there are nails that could prick your legs. If you can't do that, you are not doing the role of a product. Let me talk about Clayton Christensen, who is called the father of disruptive innovation. Clayton Christensen was given the job of finding out why McDonald's were not able to sell milkshakes. So Clayton Christensen and his team came out in one of the McDonald's. They chose about 10 outlets. They went to 10 outlets. They started to talk from the morning till evening. They were observing people. They observed how many people came in, what kind of dress they were wearing, how long they stayed, did they eat the food there, did they take it there, did they buy the milkshake, not buy the milkshake, what is their age group. Every minute detail, what kind of dress they were wearing, everything were noted down. Morning 6 o'clock to night 10 o'clock. After observation for about a week, they came and they wrote their observations on the board, and they found a common pattern. Milkshakes were sold maximum from morning 6 o'clock to 8:30, evening 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. So they started to confront people and ask them, why do you want to buy a milkshake? Why not a coffee? You know, most of the people who purchased milkshake in the morning were people who are driving for long distances. They said, you know, I've got one of the worst job in my life. I have to drive for 2.5 hours every day in the morning. And they said, why not coffee? He said, look, I get bored for driving for 2.5 hours. If I try to drink coffee, it'll spill it'll spill on my shirt. And I can't go to the office in a soiled shirt. They said, we tried with banana. The problem with banana is I eat banana in one shot. I gulp it in one shot. Then they said donuts. They said donuts. They said, well, donuts is not a good choice. Then they said chocolates. Chocolates, again, sweet. We don't like it. And they said bagels. Now, bagel, the problem is it's so hard and it's so dry that you need to put a jam, which means on one hand, you have to hold the bagel. The other hand, you need to put a knife. Where do you drive them? It's risky on a highway. So Clayton Christensen realized that the challenge, the competitor for milkshake was not some other product in the market. It is, the competitors were more like coffee, banana, bagels, donuts, and chocolates. So they asked them, why do you go for this? They said, you see, these milkshakes are so thick So I can drink in the morning. One, it doesn't easily, even if it falls on my shirt, it doesn't soil the shirt quickly because it doesn't flow like coffee. Unlike banana, I don't have to drink it once. It is so hard, I have to suck it from the container. So it is, I can't drink it immediately. It will be with me for 2.5 hours. It's not sweet. I don't want to eat chocolates, and it's not risky to put jam, like a jam on the bagel. So I said, that is why we use it. So Clayton Christensen says, everybody will hire a product for a job to be done. What was the job in the morning? Driving. So they confronted with customers in the evening from 3 to 6 who would buy. There are two categories of people there. One was parents with kids. The parents would say, we would love to get this milkshake because my kid is asking an expensive toy. I give this milkshake to my kid, he drinks it for 2 hours. He's completely engaged. He doesn't ask for toy. And there was this young couple who would like to spend a lot of time with each other. Well, if you buy a coffee, you drink the coffee in 10 minutes. If you buy a milkshake, you can spend an hour. See the kind of jobs to be done in the morning, jobs to be done in the evening. So focus, when you say, I am focusing on the customer needs, always focus on how and why they want to engage you. What is the job that they want to do? And it could be completely different hour after hour. It could be completely different. I'm sure you all know that naming of these brands are very important. And I can tell you, it's one of the signature behavior, signature property of a product, that it carries a wonderful name. Right? Wonderful name. And who will name the product? Unfortunately, people think that it is not a job of product owners. Unfortunately, it is the role of product owners. I'll give you an example. Rajesh Srivastava is an outstanding business coach in India. And he was working for a company called McDowell's. Today it's called Diageo India. They wanted to release this premium drink called McDowell's, which is today known as Signature. So when he joined the company, his marketing manager called him and said that he's going to release the product and call it as McDonald's Old. OLDE is silent. You have to read it as McDonald's Old. So Rajesh Srivastava said, no, don't do that mistake. Because in India, OLDE is old in French, but in India it becomes oldie. And oldie is a name given for something which is very old, not at all new. So the manager said, okay, go get a new name. He gave him 2 weeks and this guy struggled to find the name. It was the last day. It was Monday morning. He needs to go and give a name. Sunday, he's reading a newspaper. Suddenly, he saw something called as Signature Bindi. Bindi is the red dot that Indian women put on their forehead. Bindi itself is a signature. And why do you need a signature Bindi? He just copied the word signature from there and told the marketing manager that we need to name it as McDowell's Signature. Why? He said, look, there is a painting. A painting without a painter's signature has no value. But beautiful painting with signature can be sold for thousands of rupees more, is it? Similarly, he said, signature here means we endorse the quality. And that's how signature came in. When he was working for another company called United Spirits, which is again now Diageo India, he was facing a problem with naming this particular product which had gin and lime in it. So they called a marketing company, third-party company, asked them to do a research and come up with a name. They came up with a name called Blue Riband Couplet. He said, no, I don't like that name. Because over a period of time, couplet will be called as cup and plate. He said, no. Then he said, let's call it as Blue Ribbon Duet. What is duet? Duet is always romantic. You never say it is a sad duet song. No, it is always a happy romantic song. And the word duet here means it creates happy moment in your life. That's how the name Blue Ribbon Duet came into picture. When he was again working for another company, they wanted for Bagpiper, they wanted to it's a whiskey, and they wanted to have this It was an elite product. All these young customers were fans of this bagpiper, started to grow in their careers. They started to become rich and they wanted to buy a richer whiskey. So they lost some of their customers. Again, they wanted to know, how do we give a name? So one of the seniors said, let's give it as Bagpiper Premium. Again, Rajesh said, no, it is not a good idea. Why? At that point in time, there was already a product called Aristocrat Premium. And he said, if we put premium, the market will tell we have copied it. And then he said, look at the color. It is gold. In India, gold is not just an ornament. It is a symbol of status. And they said, sell it as gold. People who wants to show their status will buy it. Hence, Bagpiper Premium became Bagpiper Gold. Let's talk about the upside down bottle. Whenever you buy a ketchup, if the ketchup is thick, if it doesn't fall easily, you turn it upside down and then kind of put pressure on it. That's exactly the design here. Because Heinz produces only ketchup, tomato ketchups, and all their ketchups are thick. That's their brand. What is a brand? Brand is that one thing that is there in the DNA of your product. And for Heinz, it is thick. So the Heinz is trying to tell its customers, even though you keep it upside down, it doesn't fall off because we are thick. You see, you need to connect to the emotions, to the emotions and the world when you are trying to sell a product. Otherwise, great products, these products would have never seen such great sales if they had not thought emotionally and connected the product to the emotions of the world. So your job is not just about doing something, it's about connecting to the world. How many of you can really understand this word, Vujade? I'm sure very less people can do it. It is the opposite of deja vu, right? Warby Parker is considered to be the Netflix of eyewear. The founders of this Warby Parker were very familiar with the eyewear industry because they were all wearing glasses for last 30 years. But if you see, these glasses are very expensive in US and Europe. So they started to think, why is that it is costly? And they found out that most of these glasses were owned by a company called, most of the brands were owned by a company called Luxottica. And Luxottica owned brand owners of Chanel, Bulgari, Burberry, Emporio, and Armani. All of them belong to the brand company called Luxottica. They decided to challenge this norm. They went and asked buyers, would you like to buy a glass in the shop or would you like to buy in an online website? Customers said, we buy everything online. Why not this? Again, they challenged the norm. Warby Parker was the first company to sell glasses online. And it was in 2020, they were valued at $38 billion US. So what did they do? They went from the deja vu way, they did the opposite, challenging the norm. They kept on challenging the norm. Right? Look at this. I'll give you a few examples of challenging the norm. This is a candle. It was believed that light can come only when you burn something. You are burning the candle. Light can come only when you burn the oil. Thomas Alva Edison did a Vujade. He said, I am going to challenge that norm of the market. He created an electric bulb. Here, the filament is burning, but it will not burn off. Like a candle or like a lantern, filament will not burn. He challenged the very norm that light can come only when something is completely burned. He said, no, I won't do it. That is what is called challenging the norm. We are talking about cricket. Without cricket, the presentation is incomplete. Let's talk about Virendra Sehwag. He's the only man who has a record of hitting 2 triple centuries. Scoring a triple century in one day is not the norm. It was believed that you can never do that. Well, the guy said, in a test match, you have 90 overs per day. Let's say 10 overs are maiden overs. You are left with 80 overs. Then he said, if I hit 1 4 per over, I can score 320. And he did it on 2 occasions. What did he do now? Ujade, he challenged the norm. Right? He challenged the norm. So challenging the norm is important. And how do you do this? How do you do this? I call this as the big shoe thinking. Keep yourself in the shoes of Jeff Bezos and ask a question. If you want to sell a deodorant in the market, what would Jeff Bezos say? There's something called big shoe thinking. Jeff Bezos would say, identify the pain points of the customer's today's deo. Then design the deo that reduces or eliminates the pain. What would Steve Jobs say? Create a better product that gives a customer experience and a pleasure customer experience again. He talks only about experience. And if you put your leg in Elon Musk's shoe, he would say, challenge the tradition of the industry. And how would you actually design the product? If you are thinking from a Jeff Bezos point of view, you would say, young people of opposite genders come close to each other, but their body odor drives them away. I need to reduce and eliminate that pain point. Create a better product by formulating a recipe which gives 2x more authentic French perfume. It enhances the mood of users, give them a pleasure experience. Elon Musk says, challenge the tradition of the industry by marketing the deodorant as perfume. So sometimes you have to think out of the box. Ask these experts who have lived a wonderful life. Ask them, what would they answer? And then you can use this called the big shoe thinking, and then start thinking like a product owner. As product owners, we love to add things. Dyson removed the wings, still delivered a beautiful fan. Tubeless tires came in. The problem with puncture, the problem with flat tires, they eliminated by eliminating the tube. Look at the remote. There are so many buttons. Today we don't have buttons. And of course, the famous iPhone without keypad. So innovation means not always to add. You can even eliminate it. Removing things will also give you innovation. Right? This is exactly what Steve Jobs did when he came back as the CEO of Apple again. In his very first talk, which is there in YouTube, please go and watch it. He said, I am going to remove everything unwanted. Peel it away. Keep on removing things till you realize that you have the bare minimum. Now, what remains is a product in its simplest form. Right? At that point in time, you realize the product has attained its ultimate sophistication. In other words, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Keep things simple. Very, very, very simple. And then you see how beautiful your product would look like. Rather than don't put 101 items in your backlog and complicate the product. It will not serve the purpose. Richard Branson made a beautiful statement. I'm sure if you look at the picture of the hand, you see this rough marks. It's called as the callus. It's called as the callus. People who generally do hard work, hard mechanical work, gets this callus on their arms. And what Richard Branson said is, resilience is like callus on a palm. None of us are born with it. It takes hard work and sacrifice to build it. If you go to gym, you have to go through the pain for 1 hour every day. Then only you can build your muscles. There is a lot of sacrifice that we need to do in order to build a great product or a solution. Many ideas come, which we think is beautiful, but the market may not like it. Sacrifice the idea. Throw the ego out of the window. Throw your ego out of the window, and you see you'll become a great product owner. And for me, that is the most important agile principle that the product owner should live. So I generally, in my workshops, I ask people to read this principle. They say, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. Then I ask them a question, why are these 2 dashes given then? If you could read the entire thing as one sentence, why do we need these 2 dashes? So the right way to read the principle is, simplicity is essential. To keep things simple, focus on maximizing the amount of work not done. The amount of work that can be removed. Keep on removing the items. What you are left is the most complicated product in its simplest form. we at Gladwell apply this principle in all our assignments. We keep our coaching so simple that everybody would love it, right? Everybody would love it. That's why I say making transformation lovable is the best possible way to understand the role of product management. So if you have any questions, you can please contact me here. I also want to tell you that all these examples that I have taken are from great intellectuals, especially Rajesh Srivastav is a wonderful human, and there is an opportunity to meet him face to face. On November 24th, 25th, we have a conference where you have tons and tons of people coming in. About 150 people are coming in, and we have some of these great intellectuals coming and talking. If you are interested, please let me know. You can contact this number if you are interested to join us in the conference. So we still have 9 minutes to go. Any questions I can take?
Thank you, sir, for the great session. The forum is open now for the questions. You can put it on the chat. You can raise your hand. I can unmute you. You can ask questions directly to Anand sir. Okay, someone is mentioning they are sitting in your presentation during India-Pakistan match. This is super. And Vikas is learning great from you, sir.
Thank you, Vikas.
Anand, it was a. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can. Thank you very much. I mean, I like the way you story tell. Of course, I am HPC. You trained me on this. This training on product management. Is Gladwell has any course that it actually helps somebody to become a product manager or something like that?
No, we are actually planning to build one. The idea of product management. So there are 10 skills that as a product manager we need to understand. There are 10 skills, and they are creativity, innovation, critical thinking, framing the right question, problem solving, lifelong learning, storytelling, influence without authority, humanness, and entrepreneurial spirit. These are the 10 essential skills that makes a great product owner. So we're trying to build a workshop on these aspects. I'm putting things, it'll take some time, but when I come out with this 2-day workshop, it's going to be a completely hands-on workshop with these kind of examples, and I'll make you really think and become a great product owner. Just give me some time, it'll come.
Anand, I would like to partner with you if you would like. I can use, of course, prompt engineering for that and make it faster.
Contact me on this. Drop a mail to me on this. I'll get in touch with you.
Sure, Anand. Thank you.
How is product management different from the modern concept of AI product management? It's very simple, guys. AI is not something extraordinary here. What AI gives you a capability is that the vast lake of data that you have, how do you make sense of it? We use AI for it. That's it. Right? For example, let's say you go to Amazon, you search for a particular phone, and immediately you see next day, you will actually get something related to the phone itself. That is AI. AI uses the data and tries to analyze the behavior of people, and then tries to attract them through the kind of liking or desires that we have. And that's why use of AI can improve your business. But otherwise, there is nothing much. You can use AI to get these insights, but end of the day, it is that human brain of the product manager that ultimately makes a difference.
Perfectly, I agree, Anand. I mean, AI is just mimicking the human brain. But whenever we talk about product management, it's more around creativity and other things. Yes. AI cannot take care of those aspects. I mean, it has been years and we are not able to yet replicate human brains. I perfectly agree with your answer.
Any further questions we have? If not, then we are good to wind up the session. I would like to share my screen and present a token of appreciation from SS Agile Gurus. Anand sir, I'm sharing the screen now. I hope it's visible.
Yes, it's visible.
So this is a token of appreciation from SS Agile Gurus. Satish, you want to say something?
Anytime we hear your session, it is like we are totally immersed, no distractions, no deviations. Just close your eyes and listen to the session. That's the thing we can say. So, thanks for again taking your time and giving us this wonderful session. We are happy to have you as part of this summit.
If you give me a couple of minutes, I want to share.
Sure.
There were 3 friends who started to grow in the same class in school. They were very close to each other. Then they came to college. They studied together in college. Then they joined engineering. They were in the same class. Wherever they go, they were together. But after engineering, they were forced to take different career paths. So when they were on the day of going out, one day before they were going to 3 different places, they met in a restaurant and they said that they felt very bad that now they are moving away from each other. They said after 1 year, we will meet again at the same place. At the end of 1 year, they met again. At the end of 1 year, each one of them started to talk about how successful they are. So finally, what happened? They decided that they will not talk for the next 40 years. They will not get in touch with the next 40 years. But they will just share their mobile phone numbers. That's all. But they will not talk to each other. After 40 years, they said something like on 1st of January 2020 or 2023, we will come meet here. And they said, whoever comes late will actually pay the bill. So it was like 40 years, they were waiting for the day. Finally, the day comes. After 40 years, they come back. The first guy comes, nobody is there, and he's waiting for the other. So the second guy comes in, they start talking with each other. The third guy doesn't come. They get a phone call saying that, hey guys, I'm on my way. There will be a bit delay. Don't worry, have your lunch. So they have their lunch, but the guy doesn't turn up. It's been like 2 hours, 3 hours after lunch. It's been like 7 o'clock in the evening. They're waiting from morning. This guy doesn't turn up. Finally, they decide to walk out of the hotel. So they walk out of the hotel. As they walk out, a car comes. An young man from the car will come. By the way, the bill is paid. So these guys remember, well, this guy remembers that whoever comes late has to pay the bill. They remember, he said, they both talk that this guy has a good memory. And then they come out of the hotel. An young boy comes in a car and says, it is my father whom you are waiting for. Unfortunately, he passed away 3 years back. And I've come here, and it was me who spoke on the phone, not my father. And he says that 3 years back on the deathbed, my father actually called me and said, on this date, I have to go stand outside the hotel, won't inform them that I have died, because if they get to know I am died, they won't feel happy about the moment. So let them enjoy the moment. You pay the bill, and finally he will tell that finally he will give the message that he is no more. The 2 friends will cry, and that day they decide that instead of meeting every 40 years, they will meet every once in 30 days. That's what community is all about. It's not about meeting once in 10 years and trying to say I've done something. Meeting 30 days, listening to know. Had they met him before, probably they could have solved the problem and he could have survived. So helping each other is the essence of this community. So I thank you for the opportunity and I wish you good luck. And if anybody wants to know about what is happening on November 24, 25, get in touch with me. I will give you more details. Okay. So thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity, Satish. I hope it was
Thanks.
good to people.
Definitely. We could see a lot of comments, great comments coming up on the chat as well.
Satish, you have the version of my presentation.
Yes, we'll share with the participants.
No, I added a couple of slides. I'll resend the PDF to you tomorrow. Please send that.
Sure, definitely. Thanks.
Okay,
Thank
guys.
you, sir. Thank
you
you
very much.
Thank you, sir. We are on time, sir. That's the beauty of your session. It was really helpful and on time. time box. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Great. So Satish, we can move to the next session now. Venkat, you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful session. Wonderful session by Anand sir. We at SS Gurus proudly present Mr. Alan. Alan is an accredited Agile, IC Agile instructor, and he's providing enterprise agility coaching, and he is coaching transition classes as well. And he has educated leaders since 2019. He's creating an environment for the leaders and organization to move towards more focus on agility, and he's onto it. He's going to talk about the importance of vision, strategy, and roadmap. Over to you, Alan.
Namaste, and thank you so much for having me today. So nice to meet so many great people here. Let me share my screen so we can start. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me. And today I will talk about the importance of vision, strategy, and the roadmap for the product. As you can see here, my start page, I like this statement from Alice Adventures in Wonderland. And I have experienced so many times something similar, like we want to create the product, we want to deliver the product, but we don't know where to start or where we want to go. So today, during this session, I will share a couple of my cases about importance and what's happened when we didn't have some of these things. And I will really encourage you during the session, if you have a possibility, just to answer some of the questions that I will be asking. And of course, in the end, when we have a time, we will have also QA session, so you can ask me whatever it's relevant for this topic today. But let's start. Let me tell you a story when I worked in one Danish company. I am living in Denmark, by the way, where we spent an enormous amount of money, which I figured out later on, and producing some product, but nobody knew it, what is going on, where we are heading, and so on. And then I figured out actually that we spent around $30,000 per sprint. We use it a Scrum framework. And these $30,000, actually, we had a lot of developers in wonderful Bangalore and Trivandrum. I love to be there as well. And we produced a lot of good features, actually, but nobody used it. And our product owner said, okay, well, the problem we have all these good features, we will eventually give it to the users so they can start using it. But it was only one-way communication. And we discover also it's actually important when we are developing the product to focus on the outcome. But then a lot of our development teams outcome, what is that? And one day we had a meeting with some of our stakeholders, and they were really concerned where is their money going, how they can invest more money for something which they don't know why they should use it or where the product will develop during the time being. I will use this story as a reference during my session today. And of course, I will start also asking you a couple of questions in a moment. But just short intro about me. I actually started my career as a software developer and a QA. So I have this also technical knowledge, and I've worked in different companies, mainly here in Denmark, different roles. And when I got introduced into agility around 2013, I just got hooked, and also considering product management, product development managers, and things start getting make sense for me. And I still love it. I'm still into Agile world and product management, and it's really, really interesting. But let's start. When we think about the products we are working on, question for you: what are the three important things about the product? Can someone share your view? Oops.
You can type your answer, or we can unmute you if you raise your hand. So someone is saying which user we are focusing, target market, value. Someone is mentioning value, purpose, value.
Okay, that's great. That's great. We are so much aligned. Appreciate it. The second question for you: can you identify how is your product vision linked to the company, your current company vision? You can also type it in the chat. And it is also okay to type it. It's not linked at all. So no problem at all. No input. It's okay. The reason why I'm asking this question is something what happened in the beginning of my story, where we spent a lot of money on producing something which was not linked actually to company vision, what the company wants to achieve. Therefore, the first thing when we are starting with the product, it's really, really important to understand and start with the why, meaning creating the product vision. While we are doing this product, while we want to invest in this product. And what I learned, once when we have defined a product vision, actually we will have a much more clarity and alignment between the stakeholders and the teams and the product owner or product management. It will also provide a clear direction for the team where we want to go and how we want to reach there. It will also help us and guide us to prioritize tasks. In this particular example, from the beginning, our product owner just prioritized as feel like it without any connection with the vision, which we actually didn't have it at all. But it can help us. And then when teams know which direction and while we are developing this product, they will be much more motivated than just driving like in a fog. So when we considering what's the product vision for our products and why we want to have it and why it is important, we should consider about these positive changes we are expecting that product should bring, and also be able to answer why the product should actually exist in the first place. And how might we create one? I have used a couple of, there's a couple of tools or techniques or something, but what I use it is like, envisioning the product and creating some small prototypes or some mock-ups and then present it to stakeholders and or some customers if you have direct customer connection. It can be also, as someone added in the beginning of my first question about three important things. Yeah, know who is your user, create some persona, create some scenarios, and again present it to the customer and your stakeholders. One which I actually like and it's easy to apply. It's a kind of creating, trade journal review or headlines about the product. And recently in my new teams where I'm working, we actually worked on, and I asked them why we want to invest in this product, which we call it the port monitor. And the guys came with this proposal. And when we present this to our stakeholders within the company, they got it. They got it. Say, okay, that's what you are doing. So we keep it simple, but it's communicated a lot of good information where stakeholders and the future customers can relate it to. So something for you, what you can think about. And also some examples. All of us know Google, Instagram, Microsoft, Apple. And if you just take Google, simple, provide access to the world information with one click, and everybody can relate it to that. When we say Google, we especially Google search, then we know what is it all about. So there is some of these inspiration things what you can consider as well. And when we are working on developing our vision, and we want to understand why we are developing this product, keep it short, just like Google. Think also long term, not only like half year, but think maybe 1, 2 years, maybe 5 years. And you don't need to be so specific and kind of try to describe every single details in it. Keep it simple. And then things to consider while you are working with your team or your customers or the stakeholders for the products. Think about the purpose, think about users. We should target it. What is the need? What do we believe our product will solve for our customers? Then shortly consider about what that product will contain actually. And of course, someone also mentioned in the beginning, goal, value, benefits. How we are going to measure success of our products and why should we as a company invest actually in that product. And here I added also one inspirational template where we can work on it and try to fill these gaps here. So something to consider about. If you have any questions in between, you can just add it in a chat and then I can answer it. Do we have any questions? Okay. And usually what I experience like this first case and also many times when I join the new teams or the new organization, actually there is no vision at all. We have a budget, we have a team, let's do it. Then sometimes when you talk with either product managers or the teams, when teams is developing all this good stuff, we assume that we know the best without involving either users or the customers if we have a customers. So that's also something what we should consider. And then sometimes we go just in so-called analysis, paralysis, going in every single details we want to clarify before we kind of publish. We don't need to do that. Create it together with the team, share it, receive feedback, and then we can see how we can adjust it and align. Is that the direction you want to go? And of course, some people or some companies or teams want the big is beautiful. So we created huge vision, and then when people reading or when you are trying to explain while you are developing this product, people kind of switch off halfway through. So keep it simple. My next question for you, and please add it in a chat if you have a answer or your view there. Now we have identified the vision. We know, or we assume that we know that our vision is connected with the company vision. And for my last product with Port Monitor, actually, it is linked to overall company vision, what company is trying to achieve. And now we are moving into the product strategy. How is your product strategy linked to the your company business strategy? Okay.
Guys, you can share in the chat or you can raise your hand so that you can unmute. So Satyajit
Okay,
is
no.
saying business goal is lagging indicator, financial one. And Chandra is mentioning company exists because of the product.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And Chandra, if I may ask, the product, if you are working on some specific product, how is that supporting the company business goal or company business strategy?
See, basically, we are talking about some companies, which exist because of their product. Like, say, for example, uh, um let's take an example of McDonald's, right? Of course, that the company as a whole exists because of the product that they actually sell. So the way business strategy, and they need to keep replicating the success they have got. That is one thing. But if we say services, it's going to be a different ballgame. But let's take Apple. Apple as a company exists because of its products. So basically, product is the most important thing to strategize for companies' growth. So this product versus product is equal to company, I would say. That's why I said.
Yes, thank you very much. And if I can just take this McDonald's, imagine that some McDonald's affiliates, either in India or in Denmark, decide to use only veggie burger, but McDonald's from US or all McDonald's, part of our strategy, it's only to produce meat burgers. Would that clash with the overall business strategy?
So on the chart, we could see business strategy, overall vision of what do they do and why. Product strategy, how we meet the vision of business with the product. And Chandra was answering yes for your current question.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay. So what I experienced, now I'm sharing my experience. When I worked with the teams and also some previous teams, when we want to define the product strategy, usually many of these organizations and teams started with defining this great feature that products can do for us, which might work, but then if it's not linked with the vision while we are developing these products, might get suffer also to get maybe some extra budget or to produce something what the customer would love to use it. So I'm switching kind of perception, and when I joining the teams and when I working with the product teams, I always started with what is the market and what is the need? Why do we believe that this product can actually help us to make some difference on the market? And also, who is the target audience who is going to use that? So I'm encouraging teams that let's see the market, let's see what is the need. Maybe, if it's a big company, could be internal, some internal product, but also external. So we need to do this. And one thing what I'm experienced many times is also how we are actually measuring success of the product. What is the business goal? Why should we invest in this product? And how we are going to measure that success? Many teams I worked with, we really didn't have it. And now in my current team, when we start working with focus on the vision and strategy and road mapping, we actually start defining some of these goals, how we want to see success of the products. And as a product strategy, as we have this product vision explaining why we want to do it, and the product strategy should actually answer the question what the company hopes to accomplish with this product, and also guiding through these three items here, like market need, business goals, and then stand out the future. But how we start with the product strategy? For me, it was important when I started exploring this product management and product ownership area. For me, it was really important to understand where is this product we are working on in the product lifecycle. And depending where your product is and how mature it is, then you can take different product strategy approaches. What needs to be done, and also it is linked with how much we want to invest. Of course, there is a lot of investment. It's we are just starting and developing the product. A lot of things needs to be done, a lot of market research and so on. But once when we get like a mature level, we launch the product, we are getting traction on the market, we have a customers, then probably a strategy could be different. And of course, if a product is declining and nobody using it and so on, then it's just a matter of time when we decide to shut down the product. So sorry for this first product, what I mentioned, where we spent $30,000, we were actually in the grow stage, and after we define the strategy and the vision, that we start maturing the products. My current products, now I'm working on this port monitor. Actually, we are still in developing phase, and we are expecting by the next year, Q2, to start to introduce it to the market. Salvajet, you raise your hand. If I pronounce correctly your name, sorry.
Yeah, Satyajit, I'm just unmute.
Thank you. Thanks, Venkat. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Alan. Thanks. It is a very good session. Okay. I just have a quick question over this chart. Okay. So if you could just let me know actually what is actually a difference between explore and a discover. Okay. Is because exploring is, I understand, exploring a new opportunity, while that's in what exactly we are attending to do in discover stage then actually.
Yes. After we finish this the exploration phase and check it also if there is market need for the product, then during discovery phase, we are actually discovering how we can start developing this product. Maybe start identifying first user stories or some big features if we are using some of these Agile framework. Maybe running also, if you are aware of this design sprint, where we maybe try to create some prototypes and present it to our user to receive feedback. So we are kind of try to shaping the concept, how we can validate that our idea is actually good enough before we jump into full speed development. Did I answer your question?
Yes, Alan.
Thank you. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, depending on where is our product on product life cycle, if it's a core innovation, something we have already launched a product and it's there running pretty stable, we are happy. Then when we are negotiating with stakeholders or the customers or some our managers, then usually it will require a low effort because we know what needs to be done, and also probably managers will be happy. It will not require so huge budget for them to approve it to give us. But if we are adjusting existing product and we want to add some new good things based on the customer feedback or the user feedback, and something new is coming, it might require that we need a little bit more money, but also it will require a little bit more effort because we need to do some exploration, some prototyping, probably some validation with the customers to receive feedback before we start. And then if we have this disruptive innovations, meaning like something new, we want to disturb the market or particular part of similar products, we want to killing the product, just like what Apple did many years ago with the iPhone, when they disrupt the whole mobile industry. But that requires really high effort and great skills of our people. But in the same time, it's required also a lot of investment. And therefore, the vision and the strategy and knowing where our product is in product lifecycle, it can really make a big difference. And it will be also easier for us when we are communicating with our stakeholders or the customers or internally in the organization. And pretty similar what I experienced previously, product strategy, who needs this, we have all these user stories, let's just nail it down and let's hope for the best. And the first example, we didn't have it. And for the second example with the support monitor, actually we start developing that. People were surprised when they hear, okay, we need a strategy. And again, similar like a vision, we know the best, forget about strategy, just give us work and we will do it. And then sometimes when you talk either with the product managers or product owners or the team, what is this product all about? We have so many great features. It's so great, you click and share and everything's fine. Okay. And then I used to ask, okay, but how do you measure the value? What is the benefits? And then many cases I experienced silence. And someone said in the beginning, we don't have a clue for whom we are developing this because we know the best. So something also, what I experienced really many times, and now with this port monitor, we are trying to minimize these things. It's going slowly, but it's progressing okay, I would say. And this is example from this support monitor. You can do it. I use it, a Miro, for example. Simple exercise with your team. If you are working, let's say in the Scrum teams, you can use this during the retrospective meeting. And first ask, for example, product owner, can you fill the gap here? And then hide it if you're using Miro or Mural. And then show the same triangle to the team. Say, okay, let's fill it in. And then you can compare and see how much is on or off from each other, how product owners see it or how teams see it. It's interesting, but it gives you pictures, where why we are developing this product and for whom and so on. So some of these things also to consider. My third or fourth question for you. Now we have developed a vision. Now we know why we are doing this. Now we know also what that product is all about, for whom, what market share. And now if I ask you, how's your product roadmap, if you have it, link it with that product vision and strategy.
Based on the vision and the strategy, either we might reprioritize the roadmap, or based upon the roadmap, we might revisit the vision and strategy. So it is like two-way communication is what I feel. My personal opinion again.
Thank you very much for sharing. Yes, and we will come to that as well in a second. Thanks for sharing. Any other comments or input?
They both should go hand in hand, as Satish told, right? Both should complement each other.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and let's explore that. Yes, we have this vision, we have this strategy, we have some strategic goals. Then we organize ourselves as a team, gather all these different initiatives, figure out what is needed, how it's needed. Then we also explore as a team, do we have a capabilities as a team to reach that goal? And it might be, as you mentioned, that might be say, we cannot reach all these goals, or we cannot reach that vision so far. Maybe we can adjust this vision, so for the first, let's say 1 year, this will be part of our vision. And then maybe on quarterly basis, we are doing review and receiving feedback, and then we are adjusting accordingly. And by having the vision and the strategy, it also helps us to prioritize these different initiatives. And when we have a proposal for the roadmap, we share with our stakeholders, with our managers, if they need to give us a budget, and give us some extra people to work on it. And what I learned, it's also this communication. It's really important to be open or transparent, and share your roadmap with the whole company if necessary. Or if you are using Jira or Azure DevOps, have like a dashboard, so people can always come and see how it's progressing, where are you. And then you can also invite people, if you are using Scrum framework or some of these scaling framework, for the review meetings, so they can know where are you at the moment, what is coming next, what challenges you might have, and so on. So, but it is, free-based road, I would say, from vision, strategy, roadmap, and then back and forth. And it also helps us when we have a develop or start developing this. Sometimes I call it also dynamic roadmap. That things will change, things will evolve. We will learn something new, and then we adjust as we are progressing. And there are many also different prioritization technique, how you can identify and prioritize your journey with your products. I use a lot of this story mapping, for example, which is easy exercise with the teams and product owners to prioritize, like first release or second release, or adding things on the roadmap. Then I worked with a couple of my UX designers where we use this Kano model where you can actually ask your users who are not customer, but users who are going to use it, what some of these features we are developing. It's kind of, this is just something I expect. I don't even need it. There is something that must be there if you want me to use it. And then we can work with the user to identify what will kind of delight them, what they didn't expect it, but came and they say, wow, as Anand showed it in the previous presentation, this remote controller. Previously, we had, 60 buttons. We didn't even, we used it maybe 1 or 2, but then when Apple came with 1 or 2 buttons, that's what we want. And everybody love it, or iPhone, or maybe Samsung now, depending on what you like. So this kind of model is also interesting thing if you have a UX designer in the team and working closely to your customers. And if someone is interested, I can share with Satish, and then we can share with you as well, so you can explore that. And then also a standard one that what many companies are using, value versus complexity, where you can get some quick wins to get some good and positive feedback from the customers. When if complexity and effort is high, then let's see how we can kind of split these features, if we are talking about the features, in the small chunks, so we kind of continue having quick wins all the time and delighting the customers as much as we can. Yes, I'm coming back to this Alice's adventure in Wonderland. Again, I experienced also that we had a lot of these things in Jira, and during, for example, sprint planning, product owner said, yeah, let's do this, let's do this, let's do this. And there was no kind of flow in the delivery. And when I asked the team and the product owners, okay, if I come as a customer and give you $100,000, what can you sell me right now? And they say, yeah, you can get a little bit this, a little bit that. I said, no, I didn't came to buy a little bit this, a little bit that. And if I can take McDonald's example, if I come to the McDonald's and I said, okay, I want a chicken burger, and I say, yeah, you can get a little bit buns with a little bit onion on it. No, I want a chicken burger. So something to to consider as well. And this is my favorite, especially when organization or the teams are new to Agile, and then they say we are working incrementally, or every sprint we deliver something. Maybe they deliver, and then they say we are Agile, we cannot commit. This is my favorite. Say, okay, but you are getting paid, you are spending money, so something you need to commit to. But that's something really what sticks to me. And that brings us to this review, and as was it Fatisha or Salavajit mentioned, we need to review things, and depending where the product, and looking into our strategy and the vision, then we should consider how often we want to review our roadmap. Maybe some things what we consider it to be cool, and maybe after months or 3 months, we look at again in the backlogs. This is not relevant anymore. Just that was our original idea, what we thought maybe 3 months ago. So it is about this dynamic, and looking into all these things. Then we can consider, okay, now we reached so far. We received some feedback from the customers. Actually, our vision needs to be adjusted, and that will also require changes in our product strategy, because customer actually wants something new than we originally thought about. So there's some of these
Alan,
things
we are running short of time, Alan. We are just left with 7 more minutes. We have
yes,
might have few questions from audience also. So I think
yes,
it's good time to connect with the audience and ask for the questions.
Yes. So just to summarize, can I summarize in 1 minute?
Sure, Alan, go ahead, please.
Just to summarize, yes, company vision, link it to the product vision, strategy to the product strategy, and then create a roadmap. And there is a QR code here if you want to connect with me on the LinkedIn. Also, if you'd like to talk, there is Calendly. And thank you so much, SS Agile Gurus, for giving me these opportunities for today.
Thank you, Alan. We are opening the forum now for the questions. Any questions we have from the audience, you can raise in the chat itself, or you can raise your hand. Venkat will unmute you, and then you can ask. Shriram is having questions.
Yeah. I do have one question when it comes to product and product strategy. Whenever an organization defines their product strategy, one point that they have in mind is disruptive innovation or disruptive strategy. I hear this word very frequently. Can you explain me a bit on what is this disruptive strategy? If at all we have to make a disruptive strategy, what are all the prerequisites? Because you cannot get into disruption at one point in time. There could be certain level of prerequisites that we should possess, right? And if you could throw some light on it, that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have some great ideas, and you want to disrupt the market, and there is no similar products there, you really want to create this. Whoa, this is something new, and everybody wants to stay in queue to buy the product you are developing, right? Then you are disturbing everybody. If I take Apple and Nokia, I worked for Nokia, for example, for many years. If you remember Nokia, we will kind of get to this like a hamster wheel. Yeah, we are producing so many phones, we are selling so many phones, and then Apple was just doing work, on the side, doing a lot of research, so what is missing on the market, and when they launch iPhone, everybody went crazy. They shake the whole mobile industry. And that's something what we should consider. And requires, of course, a lot of investment that the companies are ready to invest money in that.
Got it. Thank you, Willem.
Thank you for asking.
Any others have any questions? The forum is open. Okay. Thanks for the insightful and interesting session, Alan. As part of as gurus, like we are proud to uh, give you an appreciation certificate. So I hope you can see my screen. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the interesting.
Thank
Thanks
you
for the
so much.
interesting and insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Namaste.
Yeah, guys, please do. There is a feedback which is posted now, so please do fill the feedback.
Thanks, Ellen, for a wonderful topic. We are getting very, very positive feedback, both on the chart and the feedback question as well. We're happy to have you on the summit.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and have a great rest of the evening in India.
Alan, there is a match going between India and Pakistan. Can you imagine people are?
Oh, I heard. Therefore, we don't have a camera, right? And I can imagine some people. Yeah, come on.
So they are missing that match.
Oh, what's the score? What's the score?
India is on a good side. I would say the score would be low from the Pakistan. Right.
We are going the right direction, right?
So your session was really useful. Even everyone was attentive here, right? Missing the match, you can see. Right. Yeah.
I really appreciate for giving me this opportunity. Really, thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan. Satish, you can close the polls now. Yeah, I think everyone is done. Okay. We will go for 15 minutes break. Then we will start with the next session. Balaji, from Balaji. I will just share my screen, Satish. Okay.
Sure.
I'm sharing my screen now. So we'll join back at 6 o'clock. I'm putting a timer.
Folks, let's be back by 6 p.m. so that we have 4 more topics. We are just done with 2 topics today. We have 4 more topics to go through, and all the exciting sessions are lined up post break. Let's be back and we can continue with it.
Able to see my screen? Yeah.
Yes. Ram, you have a question? You raise your hand.
Okay, seems like might be Ram is away. He might want to ask a question to Alan. Might have asked in
Okay.
chat. Uh, so guys, welcome back. I know you might have seen the score, and you're sure like who's going to win today. So good that you are back on this session. And once again, as Sharad mentioned and Satish also mentioned, this summit is free of cost. So I want to reiterate, we are raising a few funds for NGOs also. So I shared those details in the chat earlier. Right, those are being shared on the WhatsApp groups also. So you can please donate right as per your convenience. Now over to Shiva. Right, Shiva will be the facilitator for the next session. Shiva, over to you now.
Thank you, Gaurav. And we have our next session.
Shiva, your voice is breaking in
How
between.
to build OKR-driven product. Is it good now?
It's better now. Yeah.
Okay. So Balaji has over 20 plus years of experience, working with various companies, and he has an amount of experience working as an enterprise agile coach, and now he's a agile strategist and head of agile transformation office, and he helped a lot of IT professionals through his agile mentorship program called AMP. That is his passion, and he's on a mission to help 1 million people to reach in terms of agile mentorship in terms of it. So I request Balaji to take over the session to continue with the how to build OKR driven product roadmap.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot. Am I audible? Loud and clear? Audio, video?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yes.
Balaji.
yeah,
Yes,
Balaji.
Balaji.
Yeah. And do we need to no resume the recording? I'm just checking.
Satish will do that.
Okay. 1 second. I'll just try to. So if I need to share the screen, is normal process.
You can share the
yes,
screen, Balaji.
yes,
You
yes.
have the
Yeah, 1
post
second.
access.
Yes. Just give me a minute. Able to see some kind of a PPT coming in front of you? Can
Yes.
someone confirm?
Yes, we can
Yes.
see.
All right, all right. So, welcome to the session. So, as actually mentioned by the host and other people, we are now going to see how to build a OKR-driven product roadmap, right? Based on my experience, of course. This is a quick introduction about myself. Respecting your years of experience, I'm not going to go through the slide word by word. Quickly, you can take a look into the slide. And this is my Agile Mentorship Program framework. And these are all the clients with whom I had worked in the past. Okay, so just to give a quick introduction about myself. Okay, so before I actually get into the flow of the session, right? I just wanted to begin the session by this particular slide, so as to set the context or the tone of the session. For example, right, you might have heard these kind of conversations, right? Saying that your product owner or your business sponsor or your product manager or someone from the client side, no, head of the product management group, no, some kind of conversations that typically happen saying that no, we have an upcoming release and we need almost most of the features to be pushed into the production. Of course, we have some kind of a prioritization techniques to do all those things. So the second aspect to the question is, sometimes I have seen, based upon my experience, there is always a disconnect between what actually people try to build on the ground versus what is the vision of the product, or rather vision of the portfolio, or rather the vision of the program. So in some places I will be slightly using interchangeable the words like product and program, because the context or the ecosystem matters a lot. But then the essence of the conversation is, sometimes we actually keep hearing these kind of conversations. Team members used to talk, hey, we have only limited capacity, right? That too, the Diwali season going to come in place next month. I'm not sure how will we do a real-time capacity planning with less people on the ground, and what kind of features we need to prioritize, blah blah blah. So some kind of conversations happen. That is actually one part, one of the aspect or dimension to the problem statement. The second aspect is how are we really going to align what are we trying to build to the overall product vision or the portfolio vision. So these kind of conversations that typically happen, and in this session I'm going to share my experience on it. Okay, this is the context of the session. Okay, so before I get into the slides and other materials, right? I just want to convey a point that some of the materials which I'm going to use in the slides, I have actually taken from a reliable source by the name Yogesh Ratnaparki. He is like a product management leader at Microsoft. Of course, I have combined some of the pieces of that information with my experience, reference from multiple white papers, and my experience in terms of coaching the product owners and the product managers. So one point what I like to say is product owner is more of a tactical role, whereas a product manager is more of a strategic role, right? Because a product owner typically owns the product backlog, whereas a product manager typically owns the entire product roadmap itself. Of course, in some companies, based on the ecosystem or the context, both the roles will be played by a same person also. But then we still need to be cognizant about what is the difference between a product owner and a product manager, right? From that perspective. Okay, so generally, no, we actually, when you get into the product management arena, right? So some of the typical parameters which we need to keep in mind is deliver. Basically, it is focusing on creating a value-centric delivery model. We need to have a shared alignment, and we need to be basically in an agile-driven engagement, right? The focus is more on enabling the team and empowering the team. So these are all typical characteristic features which you generally start imbibing from the 4 lines of Agile Manifesto, the 12 principles of Agile, irrespective of the framework used, whether you use a Scrum or Kanban or Less or DAT, Spotify, Nexus, whatever be the framework, the underlying principles behind practices are of a paramount importance. So from that perspective, focus is okay. So some people come to me and then ask, right? Okay, how do you define business value? We actually understand the English meaning of the word of value, but then what could be the business value? So my experience to it is business value is the value as perceived by the business. So ideally speaking, this question you need to ask to the head of the product management group or someone who is funding that particular initiative. Okay, how are you actually interpret the contextual meaning of the word value? Okay, me as an enterprise agile coach, I can only play the role of an improvement enabler in that journey. I'm not the right guy to define value there. Of course, I can give you some quantitative techniques like WSJF, weighted shortest job first, or like we know some kind of a Kano model, Moscow model. All those things are actually there to prioritize it. So before we get into the crux of the slides, I am just requesting the audience or the participants to keep these 3 pointers in the mind. Okay, and at the relevant touch points, we will come back to it. Okay, now uh, typically, right, before we get into your product roadmap, no, we actually need to be clear on at least on a high level, right? What is the day like? No, in terms of the milestone, in terms of the release goals, what are we trying to do, and how are we going to align our product features, right? Because I'm sure many of you will be using some tools like Jira or Rally. Some people will be using tools like a ServiceNow. Whatever be the ALM tool, whatever be the tool, typically we have something like a Epic, something like features, something like a user story task and a subtask. So that vertical alignment is of a paramount importance. And here we are going to focus on, okay, how do I create a product roadmap which is aligned to the goal? So this particular OKR is the answer to that particular question. Okay, so we'll just keep going through the slides. Okay, so let us take a simple example, right? Let us take a simple example that we are going to look into something called a classic shopping cart, right? Like it could be a Flipkart or it could be Amazon. yes, yes, simple portal. What do we try to do there? We just register, or you have a OTP, then you log into the portal, then you have a user interface and a user experience over there. Then you select the product, you apply a search criteria, put a filter, and then you select a product, you actually add it to the cart, and then you proceed to check out some kind of a usual flow, right? Which we all know. Now, in this particular scenario, probably we will try to understand how I can bring in building a product roadmap based on the OKR. Okay, so for people who are new to the term, OKR stands for objective and key results, and we have something called a KRA, and we have something called a KPI. KRA stands for a key result areas, followed by the KPI, which we all know as a key performance indicators, right? So we are now going to take a simple example here. So in this particular example, we are now going to see, okay, now I have understood that I need to do a prioritization technique. Probably what is the goal? So one need to be very clear on the goal. See, now, now here the point is, I'm not directly jumping from the vision to the features. I'm now trying to orchestrate the building block of my product roadmap itself, so that the the goal is factored in all my decision making process, right? So here, let us take a simple goal, probably increase the checkout rate. Now, if this is the goal which I need to accomplish as a part of this particular website portal, or it could be an app which you can know, could just go to Play Store and then download it. If this is the goal, probably what are the features that I need to build so that I'm actually meeting the goal, right? So if you look into my YouTube channel, I have created a video called GQM, goal, question, metrics. So some people have some doubt, okay, if this is the goal, what could be the metrics? So so that's why we are actually introducing an intermediate layer called a question, which will be connecting the goal to the metrics. Okay, so just to keep the ball rolling, if you have clarity on the goal, probably you can now define the features. Okay, these are all the features which I'm going to do, so that based on my envisaged thinking, if I implement these features, my customer experience is going to enhance, right? Because if you have a payment option, more payment option, you are actually factoring more variability, so you are actually expanding your customer base or your target group. So one need to be very clear on the user persona, only then we can do all these things. Then probably from a technical point of view, if I actually upgrade to a robust API call, then probably the know the functionality, or even from a non-functional requirement, like possibly I can take care of those things. So starting with goal until we have clarity on the clarity on the features. Now probably, okay, so first we will see a bit on the theory, and then we will toggle the gear to the practical aspect of it. Now, when it comes to theory, right, theory says this: you need to be clear on the goal, try to get an alignment, then you start creating a rank order. Okay, probably let's take you are having a waiter shortest job first. Whatever comes from the safe world, right? Let's be clear on the cost of delay, then you divide it by your job size or job duration. And for cost of delay, you take your business value, your time criticality, and then your risk reduction or opportunity enablement. You factor it and then do it. But then I generally tell people WSJF is a very good place to begin the conversation, not to end the conversation. Why? Because any technique, any model will have its own limitations and constraints. No model will give you 100% credibility. Every model operate within a certain context boundary. So we need to understand that. Okay, now from a theoretical point of view, we need to follow this process. Now, what are all the challenges here? No, probably I cannot see the chat currently, but if you people have some thoughts on what are all the challenges, go ahead and then put it in the chat. I'll just take a 3 to 5 seconds pause. Okay, I'll just continue with the flow. Okay, now the theoretical point of view is that, okay, you define a goal, try to get an alignment with the larger forum, then you have some prioritization technique, and then you build a roadmap. Now, life looks very simple, seen from a theoretical concept. What is the challenge here? In reality, this is a good place to begin the journey, but not to end the journey. Why? Because sometimes goals are very fuzzier. Means what? You cannot say with a 100% in a very tangible manner, because it involves an element of a subjectivity, right? Whenever you are building an application which is going to interact with a with a heterogeneous customer base, you always have an element of a subjectivity, and these features are more like a hypothesis, right? That is why in one of my project we have mentioned we have measured something called the feature usage index. Means once this application goes to the production, based on the hit ratio, based on the traffic, based on the volumetric analysis, how far this feature is been used by the real time end users. Because in a product, not all features are equally used, right? Even if you take your own mobile, you are not going to use all the features in the mobile at a equal distribution, right? So these are all, but so that is the difference between some theoretical part and the ground level reality, right? So features are more like a hypothesis, and the impact of the feature, it is very difficult to quantify it, right? So these are all the ground level challenges. Now to overcome these challenges, we are now saying, okay guys, why don't you try an OKR driven prioritization technique, which means when you are trying to build your roadmap for the product itself, when you are trying to create a flow orchestration itself, I am trying to keep my OKR in the mind. Okay, let us take some real time examples of OKR, right? For example, let's say a person is defining a goal. I need to lead a healthy life. Okay, I'm just giving an example. Okay, and then we will go to this. Let's say the goal or the objective is that particular person is writing a goal statement. I need to lead a healthy life going forward. Now, does this statement alone is going to cover all the colors of the rainbow? Mostly no, because healthy sometimes comes with an element of a subjectivity. What is healthy for me could be slightly different from some other person. So that's where KRAs and KPIs matter a lot. Healthy in terms of what? Either it is your body mass index, or your flexibility, or your cardio fitness, or what do you mean by healthy, right? For a simple example, okay, keep aside the agile world and all those product and all. Even from a real time perspective, you sometimes you cannot have that entire encapsulation only with the goal. So we need to define the attributes or parameters of the goal. That's why we are now trying to look into this. If the objective is to increase the checkout rate, probably what will be my key result areas, right? See, for example, right, many of you would have went through some online portal, and you will be going through till the time the payment comes. Then something comes to your mind, you will not do the payment. And sometimes you will think that, hey, what is this? There are 10 screens for me to go to the payment. By the time you are going through the fifth screen, you will lose interest, right? So these are all some of the human psychological factors. That is why we always tell design thinking is of a paramount importance. See, irrespective of the technology, ultimately the products are consumed by the end users, who are people. So we need to keep people in the mind, right? So in terms of the key result, probably reducing the click to checkout, or complete that transaction, or probably reduce the drop off at the payment screen. Then mostly you need to improve the customer satisfaction. Okay, now before I get into the next slide, I just want to say some basic concepts in Agile, because those concepts will help you to understand things better. Generally, what happens, right, when you talk about outcomes, they are fundamentally two outcomes, right? One is called the Agile outcome. Second is called the business outcome. Agile outcome could be improvement in predictability, improvement in productivity, or throughput, or rather reduction in cycle time, lead time, improvement in flow efficiency, improvement in quality. These are all agile outcomes. When you talk about business outcomes, improvement in a CSAT score, your customer satisfaction score, improvement in the NPS value, revenue margin improvement, improvement in the product brand index. These things could be business outcome. Now, based upon my experience, right, most of the time you will be working closer to the development value stream, not really closer to the operational value stream. And these business outcomes will be aligned to the operational value stream, also called as a customer value stream. But most of the times you will be working within your context of a development value stream, also called as a product value stream. So my suggestion to the audience is, whenever going forward, when someone says outcome, you ask them back, which outcome? Are you talking about agile outcome, or you are talking about business outcome? Because agile is only a means to get that business outcome. Even this OKR driven prioritization is only a means to that particular end result. Okay, so with this thought process, let us now go to the next slide. So can we take some 10 seconds to look into this slide, and then I will continue. Okay, till now, are you people okay with the flow of the session? If you are okay, can you just give me a thumbs up as a feedback, just to know the no, just to know the pulse of the audience. Okay, okay, all right, okay. So, okay, now here, okay, now what are we trying to do? I am trying to suffuse my OKR into my product lifecycle journey, right? So I start with a strategy. Okay, ideally speaking, see, what are we fundamentally, what are we trying to do? We are still trying to resonate with the agile onion planning model, right? You have your day wise planning, you have your iteration wise level planning, then you have your release goal, then probably your road mapping, then your product strategy vision, a kind of an agile onion planning model. Now the point here is, when it comes to pure play product life cycle, I have a strategy. I have a, like, I need to create a backlog, then I need to prioritize it, then I need to plan it, build it, and then launch it. So the strategy part is implicitly, okay, implicitly taken care by the OKR. Okay, now we'll just start to look into. Okay, now when I'm going to build my backlog, now the backlog looks like this. See, I'm not creating features over there. I'm not at all talking about the epics now. Okay, epics will come later. I'm focusing on the goal. Okay, what is the goal? So goal is something which we have covered here, right? Increase the checkout rate. Okay, this is our objective. Now when I'm creating a backlog, I'm defining the objective, then I'm defining the key results, and then creating features which is going to support that particular key result. Okay, now the moment we take this approach, no, you no need to justify anyone, because that approach itself is going to justify the people. That is the difference between building a product and then trying to understand the goal, and then mapping all your activities resonating with the goal. Because if you have a very good knowledge on this product ownership, product management, design thinking, user persona, what is that you will do is, you will not build a product and then find out the market. First you will understand the market rhythm, then you will build a product. Because sometimes some companies fail because they are building a product without even understanding the market need. Okay, so I generally tell in my YouTube channel and in my mentoring sessions, and I'll prepare the soil first, then you sow the seed. Without preparing the soil, if you are trying to sow the seed, you are wasting a seed, right? So the point is, understand the market rhythm, understand where the needle is moving towards, then you build your product. Okay, that is the core concept of a business agility, also adaptability to the market needle, right? So here I define my objective, then I tell, okay, for me to reach this goal, I need these three key result areas. And now for me to achieve this particular result area, this is the bundle of the feature. So in this manner, we are trying to position it. Okay. So here you can take some your backlog prioritization technique. You can actually look into your telemetrics or your kind of a metrics and take some data driven decision. And then you can also think about what is the 20 percentage of feature in this product is going to give me 80% of a return on investment or the market share. Of course, you can make this some of the techniques of like a wireframe diagram, prototyping, all those things which you can do in your design sprint, right? Design sprint or a iteration, which will typically come before the actual development and your testing activities, right? So these are all some of the concepts. Now, with this understanding on this slide, you have clarity on the objective, you have clarity on the key result, then you have clarity on the features. Now you now you now you jump on to your actual backlog refinement. I have seen many people jump on to backlog refinement without understanding the vision, without understanding the goal, without having clarity on the strategic themes. Those concepts are covered at a portfolio level in safe anyway, but I'm just trying to tell. So here if you see, yes, my epic will be now mapped to this particular goal: improve checkout rate. And for me to achieve this goal, I need to have a feature A, feature B, feature C. Then I need to have a user story, right? This is how one sample example in terms of how you can build a product roadmap, keeping in consideration the importance of a uh, importance of a OKR. Now you have some tools like okay, in the tools part I'm going to cover anyway, but you have some tools like AHA, and you have some tools. See, tools are only enablers. Okay, by the by, tools are not going to do any kind of a magic by themselves. But then no, you need to be very clear on the process guidelines before you bring in your tool. Okay, if not, you are adding complexity to the already existing equation, I would say. Okay, now once you do all these things, now comes the point is, okay, now I have understood the goal, I have some clarity on the key result areas. Now what you do, you create your quarterly goals, right? Your Q1, Q2. See, whether you use a framework called safe or not, you still need to do a bigger container planning, program increment planning, or whatever. Now they have changed the name, but the earlier versions of safe used to have a word called program increment. Program increment planning doesn't mean that it is only binded to safe. We need to start looking into the principles behind the practice. All that it means is I need a bigger container planning across multiple teams. If I have 5 teams, and if I need to plan for a work for 8 to 12 weeks, I still need a bigger horizon planning. That bigger horizon planning is called as program increment planning in safe. That actually doesn't mean that we need to go towards PI planning only when I implement safe. Of course, you also need to factor the context. You also need to factor your shuhari journey, because whatever I am saying for a restate team is not going to make relevance to a shoe state and has state team, right? So look into your shuhari journey. Whatever makes utmost relevance at that time, go ahead and then implement it. Right now, here if you see, I am mapping I am mapping my effort against the key results. So this pie chart is a simple example. Of course, we have something called the business value points also, which we try to use in some engagements. It is called as a BVP. We still assign business value points, and then I used to draw a chart. Okay, for me to achieve this much of business value points, what is the feature point number? Because at an engagement level, program level, I cannot live with a story point concept. I still need a bigger connotation, the scale of reference. So we go for a feature point. So the one way which I justify my management and client is I create a graph saying that for these many feature points which we have invested, this is the business value point what we have, what is that we have no obtained in that particular quarter, q1, q2, q3. And then you can map to this q1, q2, q3 to your program increments like pi1, pi2, pi3, and then take that particular data and then repurpose it for your qbr meetings, also your quarterly business review meetings. So these are all some of the concepts which we need to keep in mind in terms of planning it, right? Okay, so here, okay, now what are all the different ways by which we can access, okay, some kind of a leveraging touch points, right? For example, okay, if you have understood the former, all these previous slides, right? This particular slide is just trying to just trying to package the just trying to package or paraphrase that particular understanding. Okay, so just to cut a long story short, let's be clear on the goal or the objective, and then let's be clear on the KRAs. And the moment if you are able to quantify it, now you start defining your KPIs, and then you can create a release calendar in the place now. Also have clarity on the release goal, and then you can try to quantify or size your effort against the direction towards the goal. So these are all some of the basic things. Okay, one second. I'm just trying to understand. Okay. Mm, okay, so sometimes what we can to see, one more important point is whenever people hear the word retrospective, right, they generally try to only think at a team level, or rather at a iteration level retrospective. Need not be. It could be a sprint level retrospective, or it could be a program increment level retrospective, or it could be a release level retrospective. So whenever you are going for a release level retrospectives, these kind of a key result area accomplishment, like no, you can actually project it to the leadership team. Because see, fundamentally, let's try to understand, leadership is not interested in your Jira dashboards. Leadership is not interested in your velocity, and they are not interested towards your burn up or a burn down chart. All that they are interested is by improving my predictability, by improving my productivity, by compressing my lead time and cycle time, what is the revenue margin that I gained per quarter, what is the better in, okay, what is that delta improvement in the go to market strategy. So unless and until we start connecting our agile outcomes to the business outcomes, like no, it is not going to really serve the purpose. When you talk to a person at a VP level, SVP level, right, they are not going to look into your velocity or a burn down chart, what you actually pulled from the Jira. So from that larger perspective, these kind of things you can keep in mind. Okay, because based on the target audience only, we need to start using our nomenclature and the vocabulary, right, from that perspective. Okay, so what are the common pitfalls, right? What are the common pitfalls I have seen whenever you start doing OKRs is people will strive for perfection. If you are always aiming to do things perfectly, you will not even begin the journey. So that point we need to keep in mind. And sometimes when this OKR based thing picks up the momentum, over a period of time, people tend to lose that particular enthusiasm, and they will not come back to the table or the whiteboard and start reporting back on the progress. Okay. And sometimes I have seen it is not that only always we need to take a top down approach. Sometimes we also need to go by a no, we also need to go by a bottom up approach. Let me tell a simple example. When I was like no beginning to implement safe in some of the engagements, whenever I was no trying to write a program increment objective, PI objective, as per books, by and large, you have your PI objectives, and then your PI objective can be sliced into multiple team level objective. This is perfectly fine. But in a real time, in a ground level, it is not only unidirectional, it is bidirectional. Teams also need to be clear on the quarterly goals, and you roll up your all your team level quarterly goals, synthesize it at a program level, then you can create a PI objective. So the flow is actually bidirectional. So those things also we may need to keep in mind, right? So don't always look for a top down approach, don't always look for a bottom up approach. It could be a sandwich approach to taking the best out of both the worlds, because many of the engagements currently in IT industry are working in a hybrid model, right? You still have a plan driven approach at an engagement level, but within that particular boundary of the engagement, you try to operate your releases iteratively, incrementally, factoring the feedback loop, whether you use a Scrum or a Kanban as a framework. So those concepts also need to be kept in mind. Okay, now some people may ask, what are the tools in the market to build product roadmaps? These are all the tools. And if you take me, of course, I have used Trello, Asana, Jira as obvious, Rally and all. Typically, from a product management building dedicated tools, I have worked on these 3 tools. Of course, the license was given by the client. Okay. So probably you can, when I share this particular PPT, you can take a look into these tool names and then probably do a Google search and then learn more, something like that. Okay. I'm just giving some kind of a tips or a pointers here. Okay, so before, so can you take a pause here? Can we handle some of the questions and then we can jump on the to my closing slides on my program? How is that? I just want to check with the
Balaji,
host. Mm.
sorry for interruption, Balaji. So we have a Q&A session at the end of this one. So you have 10 more minutes to wrap it up.
Sure. Okay, then let me go through. No, let me just complete it. Okay, so okay, so in this, see, in this short session, I can just only introduce you to some of the concepts. I think I have done that part to some extent. And for people who wanted to know about my mentorship program, I have a mentorship program across multiple levels, right from a Scrum Master to a executive coach. Of course, we have different levels in our lesson plan for different target audience, because as obvious, one size fit is not going to work out, right? So I have L1, L2, L3, and I have different lesson plans for a different target audience. And by and large, factoring the feedback from the people also, I actually keep on improving this particular lesson plan also, the contents of the lesson plan. Okay, so these are all some of the testimonials with the people who have already got benefited like out of my lesson plan. I typically begin this journey in March 2021. It's been 2.5 years. In this 2.5 years, a lot of refinements have also happened in a continuous manner. So these are all some of the testimonials from the people who have already completed the mentorship program. I have somewhere close to 120 people in my mentorship program currently, and these are all some of the a quick feedback from the people who have completed it and got multiple offer letters. See, getting an offer letter is only a byproduct, I would say. What is more important is actually building up the real time capabilities for you to deliver sustained value. Because what's the point in getting an offer letter and you and when someone joins the company and then struggles to do the job, it actually doesn't make relevance there, right? So building real time capabilities are the target. Offer letter, clearing an interview, growing up in the career, improving the salary designation, all these are byproduct in that journey. Okay. Okay, I think I'm pretty much done with the slides. If you are okay, like I can share my LinkedIn URL in the chat, right, so that people can connect with me. How is that?
Uh, I'll share, Balaji. No, not a worry. So we
Sure.
can go ahead for the question and answers.
Yeah, yes, sure. We can
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay.
Balaji, sorry to interrupt. Um, while we go for Q&A, right? If you still have any thoughts, we are good to go ahead. There you can take another 5 to 10 minutes if you have any thoughts, because we got very good response from participants. So based on that,
Yeah, yes,
unless you
yeah.
are done with your thoughts.
Yeah, so let me share some more points which actually comes to my mind. See, based upon my experience, right, I have seen that whenever people hear the word coaching agile teams, right, generally people think it is coaching only the team members of the team. But then from my perspective, product owners also need to be coached. Product managers also need to be coached. And whenever I actually use the word whenever I use the word coached, doesn't mean that only doing coaching. Like it could be a combination of training, consulting, teaching, facilitating, mentoring them based upon the dynamics of the particular engagement, based upon the timeline available. Like, no, it is like shifting the gears of the car. We cannot always ride the car on a single gear. So from my experience, one of the challenge for most of them, right, typically people who are actually working in a client and vendor kind of a setup, like, no, people who are working in a service based IT industry kind of a setup, this product owner will be from the client side. Okay, I'm actually telling the ground level reality. This product owner will be from the client side. And if the product owner is exhibiting a kind of a lethargic mentality, common sense tells that you cannot escalate against your client. because this product owner is from the client side. So in those kind of challenging situations, you need to know how to maneuver through the road, because you cannot say there is a traffic jam, I cannot travel, right? You need to know avenues of possibilities, how to maneuver through the road and then get to the get to the destination. So in such cases, we also need to start speaking the language or vocabulary of the business guys. If you go to a business sponsor and if you tell them a spike, something called the enabler, something called the architecture runway, something called microservices, Docker, Kubernetes. Those guys are not interested in all these things. But if you go to them and then talk feature usage index, something called OKR, something called improving the product brand index, something called improving the go-to-market strategy. So one of the important takeaway could be use the vocabulary nomenclature accordingly based on the target group. And some people will tell me, you see, Balaji, what you tell makes sense, but please don't use jargons. But my say is it is a jargon only when you say it without understanding, right? Nothing is a jargon if you really understood the concept, the context, the concept, and the purpose. And if you use a word, no word is a jargon. It is a jargon only when you just take something from the book, something from chat GPT, something from the Google, and then when you say. But if you really understood the entirety, nothing is a jargon. So feel free to use the right word, because in the place of architecture runway, you still need to use architecture runway only. You cannot use some other word to replace it, right? So these things also we may need to keep in mind. So these are all some of the points what I thought to tell to the people, so that because some people may have that inhibition, like if I start using these words, okay, people may give a comment that I'm using jargon. As long as you are able to understand what you say and makes relevance to the context, no, nothing is a jargon. Okay. And one more thing, like I was just thinking to share some of my like my website details, and for people who wanted to connect with me, you can actually be part of these social media platforms. I'm just putting it in the chat. So whosoever wanted to connect with me, you can be part of this. Like in the meantime, we can take the question and answer, so that like it has a coverage. Is that okay?
Sure, Balaji. Yes, you can
sure.
go ahead.
Okay, any questions? Let's try to discuss it here. Hopefully, I should be able to answer all your questions.
Anyone have a question? You can raise the hand so that we can unmute.
So Balaji, Sharat here.
Yes, Sharat.
Usually people confuse between OKRs and KPIs, right? Can
Correct.
you help us understand in the layman language, like how?
Sure.
Yeah,
Very sure. Why not? See, Balaji need to reduce weight is a OKR, but then Balaji's current weight is 100 plus is a KPI. KPI is always a quantification of the OKR. Okay, for example, if I want to give a better example, right? When you are actually talking about maintaining a healthy lifestyle, that is a OKR. One of the KRA is ensure that your body mass index is within the permissible numbers. But then what is the range of the number? That is the KPI. KPI is mostly a quantification of the KRA associated behind it. Did I answer your question? That is the know the funda. Like once we create a goal, that goal will have multiple parameters, aspects, or dimensions, right, through which we can achieve that goal. Those parameters are called KRAs, but only with KRA. For example, right, if I'm actually saying application need to be okay, application should perform well. Perform well means what? Like in terms of a non-functional requirement, I still need to have a SLA numbers, right? My response time, my throughput, my hits per second, my connections per second. Those are all the KPIs.
Thanks, Balaji. You made it very simple. Thanks for that.
Sure.
Usually, with respect to IT sector, people are little bit habituated to defining the OKRs, right?
Correct.
How about other domains like HR, finance? These are newly coming into the space of agility, right?
Correct.
So usually I saw them struggling to define their OKRs. Can you share your experience in that area?
See, but I can share my experience typically in the IT sector only, because I have not worked in a non-IT. But then one thing I can share is that see, whenever we are trying to do an organizational level transformation or an enterprise level agility, now we have created an enterprise level transformation board across the multiple departments at a portfolio level. There we are now currently working on some of the improvements. See, for example, right, so small improvements. Instead of doing an annual performance appraisal at an individual level, why don't we start doing a team based quarterly performance appraisal? It is a simple example to implement agile mindset from a HR point of view, right? Similarly, your finance team started trying to do some kind of a rolling wave funding model. See, because whenever you try to do a dynamic budgeting at a portfolio level, be it using a task top integration hub, or you have tools like jellyfish, or you have tools like a target process, or you have even if you take a Jira Align, it actually supports a value stream management platform at a portfolio level. But then, unless and until your backend finance systems also support a quarterly based rolling wave funding model, you cannot really do an end-to-end transformation. So across the different segments of the organization, we have created an enterprise level transformation board for some of our clients and start deep diving into those segments. But in terms of KRAs and KPIs, we are yet working on socializing it to the larger audience, because whenever we are introducing a change, we actually don't want to take a quantum leap. We want to take a small pockets of excellence over there. Okay, and for those who wanted to continuously learn, probably you can join my WhatsApp group also. Satish is also there as a part of this group, so he knows the value that we typically try to give to people on a daily basis through this particular WhatsApp group. Continuous learning happens over there. Okay, I think I'm pretty much done. And for any further queries, please do feel free to connect with me one-on-one. I have shared my WhatsApp number over there. Cheers.
Does anyone have any other questions? Okay. We are good, Balaji. Thank you so much for giving a valuable session on the OKRs and all. So, as a token of appreciation from the SS Agile and Gurus, this is kind of an appreciation for coming to us and giving the presentation to our audiences. So, we really appreciate your time and efforts has been taken into this. Thank you so much, Balaji.
Yes, sure. And from my side also, I actually like to thank Sharath and Satish for continuously having these kind of sessions and their contribution to the agile community at a larger forum, because I know how difficult it is, like that you need to balance your office work and then still contribute to the agile community at a larger forum. I have been there and then done it, so I know that. So thanks a lot to all the other people, like the facilitators and all the planning committee people who actually made this particular summit a grand success or a value add back to the society, contribution back to the society. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Balaji.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Bye.
So we have a 5 minutes break right now, and we will be back with another session, which is with Prabhu Raut. We will be introducing you. Satish, you're sharing the slides.
You're able to see my screen?
Yeah, Satish. Yes.
Okay. Guys, as we mentioned earlier, this summit is open and free for everyone. But as part of that community giving back, we are associated with a couple of NGOs, and we're asking the participants to do the payments. It is up to you. No mandatory or no thing, nothing as such. Right. So we will be sharing the NGO details as part of the break, 5-minute break, before we come back to the next session. Right. Then once you're back from break, we have 3 sessions. Prabhu will be taking us through the future of mobility, 7 to 7:45. Then followed by Sachjit, exploring product space and Agile coach, followed by Nilanshi, customer obsession canvas. So these are the next 3 sessions lined up. Be back by 7 o'clock. We will get started on sharp at 7 o'clock. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Gaurav, you want to share the NGO slides?
Hello.
All right. Shiva, can we start off?
Yes, it's done.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Now we have a very different topic that is going to be shared by Prabhu Rao on software-defined vehicle (SDV), the future of mobility. Right. Before Prabhu comes forward, let's give a quick introduction about himself. Right. Prabhu Rao is currently head of program management at Western India, a leading US-based multinational corporation. Okay. And he's a dynamic professional with more than 2 decades of experience in manufacturing, operations, and program management domain. He's also an alumnus of IIM Lucknow, and Prabhu is a public speaker, founder member, and past president of the Toastmaster fraternity, and an ardent TED enthusiast. So having lot of accolades in his career. With this, I want to hand it over to Prabhu Rao. Recently, he is also a member of the CXO incubator, where I was also part of that. And we used to have a very good time, right? So Prabhu, with this, I want to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Sharad.
Please go.
Just give 1 minute, okay. So Sharad, my screen is visible?
Yes, Prabhu.
And okay, we are good to go ahead.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, SS Agile Gurus and the team for giving me an opportunity to speak in this August forum. Okay. My topic today is the future of mobility, that is software-defined vehicle, how the transformation is happening in transportation with software. It's a very well intro already. Sarad has done for me. There's nothing left to speak about. So what I say, I started my career with an engine making company that is called Cummins. Okay, I started working on the engines, that is complete mechanical parts. Okay. I never thought of talking about software and software-defined vehicle. We all know 2 decades back, software was a very small piece in a car, right? Now software is something that is defining the complete vehicle. So if you see in the automobile industry right now is at the flux, a lot of things is happening. All AI technology, all technology is coming here. Okay, one place, everything coming together: sensor, autonomous system, robotics, customer experience, video streaming, cloud competition, AI algorithm, whatever we have talked during all these sessions last from yesterday we are talking, all these are the merging at a point which is in the automotive. Okay, and automotive software market is going to be triple by 2030. So this subject is very interesting, and it's a great subject, okay, to know about. It's a trending topic. Okay, before that, I'll take you through the evolution of how this has become getting into this SDV. What is the history? What is it? Let's go through the journey of time. Okay. So basically, automotive invented in late 19th century. Okay, and that time it was basically a mechanical product: gear, shaft, engine, almost 3,000 of rotating parts used to move an automobile from point A to B. And then around our fourth quarter of 20th century, the ECU comes into the picture. It's found a way into a car to control certain functions like engine, ABS, each. Now, new EE architectures come into the pictures. For those who are not from this background for automobile, that is electronics and electrical came into picture. With this, the electronics era has begun. Okay. And a new set of vehicle started emerging at the fourth quarter of 20th century. And now, as we are moving, now this is being taken care by SDVs, that is nothing but software-defined vehicles. As in life, this comfort, entertainment, and safety has taken away this need of new era. And as the silicon part started coming into the picture, and we require more compute powers, and that's the genesis of software defined vehicle. And that way it has started. So mechanically it is started. Okay, it moved to ECU when ECU started driving this E architecture, and on that it is moving now to SDV. So basically, I don't call this transformation or what is getting moving as an revolution. Basically, this was something, and the evolution of that has started. So mechanics part E came into the picture, and then SDV came into as a vehicle one. Now, what this software defined vehicle, why becoming so important? Okay. So if I have to answer these questions, no other industries like automobile undergoing such a rapid technology changes as the auto industry, right? Earlier, software was assisting the software to a car, right? But now this software used to be part of a car, but now it so helps to differentiate the car. Whenever mechanical parts already got reduced, and while software parts got increased in a vehicle, okay, and the microchips requirement and everything has increased, okay. Now these days, this electronics contributes to 40% of the vehicle cost. Okay, around over in premium vehicles, some over 3,000 microchips are there in the vehicle, and this is so software intense. In a vehicle, around 150 millions lines of codes are written. It is like an airborne flight. That intense. The new days cars are being produced. Okay, and 40% of car cost is going through the electricals and electronics and semiconductor industries. Okay, and as the evolution started, we started moving from mechanical to ECU driven, and then to the software driven. All the regulatory requirements came into the picture, and safety, and that's why there are more numbers of vehicles on the road. So then everything is started, how they will communicate, how they will move, how to control, and this has started coming to the picture. So I'll take you through these are the topics what I am trying to cover for the software defined vehicles, like what are the key mega trends, okay, and what is the life cycle of a product. Okay, we will be covering this vehicle architecture, how this is evolved, and earlier architecture will stop you from going to a software defined vehicle, and we will go a little bit delve into the hardware and software stack, key challenges, future ahead, and summary we will do. If you see earlier, when people used to go dealer location or thinking to buy a car, the main questions they used to ask it, what is the horsepower of the vehicle before every purchase, right? How much pull it can provide, what is the mileage, right? Now this discussion has really shifted. Okay, a person when he is buying a car, he is more looking towards what are the features that car is going to offer me. Okay, what sort of autonomy the car will give me. Okay, what sort of safety requirement, how many safety bags are there, is there any automatic emergency braking is there, whether it's a ADAS level, what and all. These are the questions the user is asking, and this is the software is on the core of implementing all these things, right? So now the vehicle has really moved from hardware based to a software based. Okay, and now these days these cars are basically, you can call mobiles on the wheel. Okay, and sometimes we will call it's a living room outside your house. When earlier, now these days people are taking their calls, their Zoom meeting, even their offices meeting through car, because this is possible, because with the advent of this technology, the comfort of home you are getting in the comfort of your vehicle itself. All this requires certain changes, and the current architecture what the vehicle have, let me delve on that. Okay, so current architecture of OEMs is basically there's a domain controller, right? That is managed through a ECU. Okay, So this is a typical architecture. On the right side, you can see that this is a typical architecture of existing car. Okay, so this is basically multiple ECU connected over CAN, and this signals gets processed. And these are the domain. This is like powertrain, body, connectivity, ADAS each, and domain-based centralized architecture with a gateway. This operates, and what this gateway does, it talks to each other. Okay, and these are the standard domains. This is the current EES architecture of OEMs. And the future requirement based on the need is going to change. So what are the features need, if you see? Okay, the future vehicle needs commonly in automobile is talked as case. Okay, where case stands for connected, autonomous, shared, and electrified, right? For any industries to evolve, to grow, the demand is the main criteria. Okay, product is being always created to satisfy customer need. Okay, and it does not happen other way, where once there is a need, then the product get introduced. But in some cases, like Apple iPhone and all that, first they create the need and then it goes to the market. But most of the time it happens that the need is there and then the product gets introduced. So now what is the need of a person is to be connected. Okay, and they want an autonomous means, and this is shared mobility area, and electrification, that is something going. Now peoples are getting a lot of personalization. Even the car they want that car to be personalized. My car and your car should be different, right? It might happen that inside of the car is the moment you are entering into car, the a cockpit things gets changed, and it's become your personal choice, your personal mood lighting, and everything has come into the picture, right? And this is the requirement. Sometimes it might happen the car what you are owning, that will behave throughout a month, a week, say 5 days a week, it is behaving like a office going mood, and in the weekend it gets converted into a weekend mood. And the same car having two or same OEM and two persons, and they should have a different configuration. And this is only possible through software. Okay, hardware has limitations. Okay, car is basically now these days it's an extension of your personality. This is no more a thing from take you from point A to B, and that's what this personalization, this connection requirement is bringing you to a new era where this development and everything is happening. And this is the place where we are getting new requirement, and then OEM is trying to fulfill that requirement, and that is the genesis of this software defined vehicle. Two of the major trend what I see as electrification and software electrification, that is driving it much. It must. What happens is once we moved from ICE to electrification, this the constant power supply sometimes making things happening very good way. There is no constant power supply makes things very good for operating a software defined vehicles, right? And the cockpit of is totally getting changed. I belong to a company which is the leading manufacturer of a cockpit. Okay, and you see the screens are becoming a part of a car, because there needs to be a computation and everything, then only the vehicle will get connected. So all those computer like screens are coming part of a car, right? What the word is being used is the screenification of the car is happening. In the picture you can see how end-to-end screens are being deployed in the cars. Recent Mahindra one is having 10.25-inch two screens, right? The infotainment and the cluster. And you can see in the image as well, there are pillar-to-pillar screens are there, okay? And these screens sometimes called DID, PID, and CID, I mean, driver information display, a central information display, and then the passenger information display. So all this cockpit is actually actually changing, and this can be done. This is the genesis of this software defined vehicle. Okay, in the cockpit there is a voice that is getting earlier used to be a touch based. Now the voice recognition, Alexa, and based on the OEM, MG has got his own one, and Mahindra has got Alexa and Siri, and everything is coming. Android Auto, CarPlay, everything is coming to the picture. And this is the trend, this is the need, and that's what everything is going that way. And next generation of electrification has people, the CO2 carbon neutrality and everything. We need to come into control the environment, and that's that's the place where we are moving from ICE to electrifications, and sometimes this is government regulated also. Although this is in nascent stage, but this is the future where we are going. And in this the compute power and everything is required in order to control this total SDV vehicles, and that's what everything is happening. Okay, in ADAS and everything, I'll just take you through ADAS level, right? So most of you must be knowing in ADAS this level 0 to level 2 plus, that is right now in production, right? This is the level of autonomous vehicle driving, right? In level 2 plus, where a driver supervised system, and it can if the lane assist system is there, without if you can take it your hands out from the steering wheel also, it can move, and that's the level of autonomous is happening, right? And the level 3 and level 4 is actually level 3, some of the Tesla cars is in level 3, and level 4 and 5 still team is working. But again, that is also possible to move one vehicle from point A to B without any driver assistance, and the system takes care of it. That is also happening only because of this software definition. Without software, this is impossible to do, and that's what autonomous vehicles coming into the picture, and that's where it is sometimes defining how the future will be. Okay. Now, I'll just little bit speak about the evolution of our cockpit domain. So if you see, the cockpit is from where the central computer, everything is working, and the car is being controlled, right? And if you see the cockpit, how it is moving along with the time, with the technology that is getting introduced, the technology which is growing, and what technology has got matured and what is declining. You all remember in our car till this time that there is a audio systems that used to be very button a short of time, where you used to haptic and all that we used to do. Right now, those all things are basically slowly is getting extinct. Now it's a digital one going analog, and everything has got this button and everything. Now it's a digital cluster that is across the world. It is moving at a very fast, rapid race. India also, all the premium vehicle manufacturer like Mahindra, MG, Hyundai, everybody is using. Maruti is still coming a little slow because of its Japanese origin, but others are going fast, and this is some digital cluster right now in the maturity phase, and that is happening, right? And the growth zone, what is coming on the growth zone is now all Android-based infotainment and large display. The display is what I showed you from pillar to pillar, right? And this electrification, app car, ADAS, this is something which is getting introduced into the a cockpit, and this is driving actually the complete vehicle, right? And in order to ensure that while you are driving the car, there is enough a safety system. All these screens should not disturb each other. There are a lot of technology that has come into the cockpit. There is some active privacy, where passenger, if watching some video or something, the driver cannot see. Okay, those type of safety measures, everything is being placed, and this is again this through software. Okay, it's impossible in that mechanical era that what we can do. So if you see how that from the legacy and how we are moving towards, you will find that earlier the vehicle really it was a hardware defined. The legacy vehicles have architecture where the software content was very less. Okay, until 2017 there's not much, right? But slowly we started moving towards a domain controller. Okay, that ECU and everything is coming to the picture, and that way they are controlling it, and the compute power centralization up integration has started happening. And the zonal architecture is something where you can control zone wise area of optimized you can optimize the whole architecture, and this is zonal one where right now the automotive world is working. And going towards SDV is required HPC, that is nothing but high performance computing. You should have a compute system where you can do computation through over the air, and in fact in intelligent edge you can do outside, and those compute when you brought to the car. And that's way the moment the revolution actually has happened when the connectivity has really increased, where all the computation and everything can be done outside the car, and the results can be brought into the car. So scale up to the cloud is happening, and cloud is coming into the picture. The way your mobile is connected to the cloud, there is over the air updates and everything is coming. The same way the car screen and everything is connected to the cloud, and all computation and everything is actually happening. So what I would like to explain now, that what is the architecture and how this is architecture is right now not helping, and how we need to move to the next architecture system. So if you see the architectural right now, what the software and hardware has, software has a monolithic architecture. It means one software say on one domain it is happening, and they are not talking to each other. So what happens if there are some changes needs to be done, it needs to be done a particular software is specific. There is no communication happening between software to each other, right? And hardware also, as I explained, this is distributed EE architecture. Okay, and this monolithic and distributed architecture is not helping the migration towards SDV. And what is the need? The need is now to have a microservice architecture when the services is provided by the particular software, and the software should be able to communicate with the fellow software, whatever has been provided the vehicle, and this should be run through a central compute and zonal control. When the compute is there, and that has an ability to interact, and this will really help over the air loading of the software on the vehicle at the same place at the same time, right? And this central compute adaptation only is going to provide this SDV. And there are a few OEMs which is far ahead in this, and there are still few OEMs that is they are lagging behind, right? So as I explained, this is legacy architecture, and now right now we are working in the partial SDV mode, and we are going to move in a full SDV, right? And legacy architecture has some advantage, and but the full SDV has that scalability options. Okay, once your vehicle earlier what used to happen, the moment the OEM has sold you a car, the relations between you and OEM used to break at that moment. But now these days, after the vehicle is released, you purchased, and after that also there are a lot of features, new features getting developed, and those features can be implemented in your car through over the air transfer. And that's where those there are subscription based software and everything is coming to the picture, applications coming into the picture. So those things are really now the relationship between the OEM and the consumer is not happening, and this is something they are going to monetize also. This is the new trend that is happening, subscription based model. And these are the base also helps you to your diagnostic and diagnose the vehicle and correct connect from a distant place, right? Right now, if you see, I'm in a industry where we are developing software, then there is a software version we are giving to customer is taking it, they are operating for certain times, then we find that there is some bug fixes, there are something new to be introduced, and then we do over the air transfer to that OEM, and that is being fixed, right? And there are subscription model also in India that is running right now. Okay, so see, this central compute is going to really help, and HPC is something, high performance computing is something that is going to change everything. And what is the differences between this legacy and full SDB? The physically what happens is that the reduction of number of issues will happen, and that is happening actually because of the central compute system. And the wiring harness is throughout the car. If you see that wiring harness, that is getting reduced, and it is very, so that complexity of wiring harness is getting reduced. Okay, and you must remember earlier we used to have the war on the weight of the car, right? We used to reduce the weight of the car, but now with this HPC and electrical vehicles, actually, okay, the war is on energy consumption is happening. If you reduce 1 watt, that gives you a better range. Okay, and that's where you have to look at the every opportunity where the energy consumption can be reduced, and that's where when the vehicles will be a full SDV, the wiring harness and everything will come to a lower side, and this is really beneficial for increasing the range. And every OEM right now working, some or the other days we are getting news that this EV earlier it was having a 300 kilometer range, now this is 400. Now recently I saw one vehicle that is claiming 57 Volvo 570 kilometer range. So you can understand how these things are moving at a rapid pace, and this is happening because of the software development, and the software development itself. The industry is, earlier this industry was only a part of a mobiles and consumer goods, right? But suddenly it's taking a space into automobile industries, and the difference between the automobile and the consumer goods is, consumer goods is static. It is not operating on the not moving part. So anything goes wrong with the software running vehicle on the road, then the life threatening situations are there. But in case of consumer goods, it is not that. That's why the software stack and everything is very important. And how this software stack is happening, if you see, right, there is one application layer, then there is a middleware and services, and then it's work on certain operating system. Okay, and this HPC and hardware is the base. And what are the components that is helping is for hardware, actuators, sensors, and HPC side domain controller, zonal controller, and these operating systems comes as a Linux and QNX and build library. And this is the application layer that ensures that whatever application you have installed in the car, that talks to you or operate with all this 5G supportability, and the stack is like this. Okay, and this application talks to you, and now this is basically a sort of a smartphone. Okay, so this automotive software is very safety critical. That's why a layer of safety is getting added to this again, and this is getting complicated day by day. Earlier, what is happening, the hardware part of the vehicle, which used to be 3,000 parts, those moving part as the electric vehicle has come, has been reduced. Now the engine itself used to have thousands of parts together, right? And that becomes a battery pack. Then everything has been reduced to fewer parts. But at the same time, to operate all those software, what is needed, that is increasing, and there are a lot of codes and everything is coming to the picture. Okay, number of suppliers for hardware components are getting down, whereas the software suppliers are increasing. And this layered architecture, what I am showing, is a little bit complicated for those people who are not from the software background. But this is like a smartphone architecture. In that way, it's happening. And if you want to see what is that, how this correlate to the working, there is external interface. When you talk to your system, your like mobile app you are talking to, that is there, and that is connected through cloud. Okay, so cloud car API is working, and that helps you in infra management and all, right? And cloud is now these days is as a companion for infra management, right? Without cloud, the vehicle needs to talk to others. It is not possible, right? And the software application this voice V2X, where they need to talk, okay, to other thing on the roads, right? Say electric vehicle is going, so they need to know at what distance, which part the next charging station is there, right? They need to compute what is the range available, and this can not be done only on the car. That needs to be done through a cloud, and that's what the role of this software application and everything comes. And this works on a software platform that this now, as we are operating in 5G, and now recently I was hearing that 6G also is possible. Right now they have started working, Nokia team has started working on 6G, and this revolution, what I call, into this network, and this latency and everything is going down, and it's a real time something is happening in a safety measures and everything, where the communication needs to happen with the car and user. You can't afford a lag there, and that's where the genesis of everything is happening. Okay, and the hardware, what hardware role is playing in this is like HPCs and zonal controller, right? And this basically, if you see, sensors, actuators, and displays are helping into do this hardware platform. And all these things are very safety critical. In the consumer electronics, it is not like that, but when it's come to the car industries, the cyber security and functional safety is one of the requirement, and that requirement needs to be made through this tech stack. And that is what happening. And now every vehicle manufacturers, OEMs, they need to decide their strategy, how they are going to move to a software defined vehicle, because some they need to. And in order to do that, what some of the OEM, what they are doing is they have extended software. So that they have basically a task based approach. Okay, so what they are doing is the software development outside they are doing, and this is a tactical one, right? And there are few OEMs, they are using a software as a commodity, like a self component software that is they are purchasing and they are using in their cars. And some of the company, what is they doing? They are doing a strategic partnership with software houses, startup, and creating a software. And this is the third one is moving. This is basically a circle where you need to, what is your final goal in order to be a SDV vehicle? The software should be as a core of your business. The final and ultimate goal is to software as a core business. And for few of the OEMs have understood this, and they are trying to build up software in-house with network of partnership with the software houses. Expert like Tesla is enabling disruption in SDV market. Okay, and there are some of the automotive company becoming the software company. And if you software as a commodity, it is you will not be able to do that, because it has to constantly evolve. There are a lot of deliberation, a lot of discussions, a lot of definition of what is going to happen, how to what is the requirement. And when these two people are working together from outside, then there are a lot of delay, and that is happening. So that's the reason if you find Tesla and all, they are they are in the software side. They are becoming, because moving faster, because they have their own software development facilities, where the other OEM are still struggling. I'll take you through a chart where how the ranking is and everything is happening. Let me first take you through the what are the challenges of this software defined vehicle. Okay. One of the greatest challenge, because you are connected to cloud, okay, and then cyber security management, okay, and I because this is AI is also playing a role. There are a lot of codes is happening, okay. There is more complex structures, and this is continuously growing. So how this management of this the codes and everything it's increasing day by day. That is a challenge. At the same time, the cyber security of that is a challenge, right? And this OTA it is not well distributed still, this connectivity, and the sometimes that gateway and everything is a problem. And this basically right now a very challenging one, right? And finally, this total cost of ownership, right? How a vehicle, because once it OEM is building, and then is still they need to provide connections, and they still provide the software updates and all that. So how those maintenance and total cost of ownership is really challenging. And whatever, if you are putting a voice system into a car, even sometimes the dialect, the language, sometimes you need to understand if some car is operating in India, what sort of communication it will happen, and in other countries, what are the language barriers, and everything is there. So even if you develop something, a voice enabled here, how it will function and how it will be scaled, these are the some sort of problem that is happening. So localization of a technology what is developed worldwide is a challenge, okay. And the safety security is something, software defined vehicles, if fails on the road, that's a really problem to fix up those vehicles. Other than earlier, it was used to be hardware defined vehicles where so few mechanics used to do it. Sometimes it really challenging, and but there are a lot of work going behind on this, okay. And there was recently one award intelligence has released for 22 OEMs, the automakers who is in this business of software defined. I mean, all OEM has to move towards this. There is no way you cannot go along with the trend, the mega trend, whatever I have explained, okay. If you will not join this through this, what will happen? Some other day you will be losing the business. And this graph, what you can see on the screen, and that is saying all, okay. Right now on the leaders, this report has just released last year, and it says that there are leaders like Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, these are the leaders in the SDV, okay. And strong contenders are someone who has a plan, but still they are in a semi SDV. They have not moved to a full SDV vehicles. So BID, Volvo, and BMW is a big name in that. Polyester and Jacker is still financially not that stable, but these companies are stable. And this chart depicts not only the software ability and their financial stability, and there are so many parameters based on this. This chart has been prepared. And contenders are OEM yet to launch on their next generation platform for semi SDV. So they are lagging, but they are contender. They have got the muscles power. They have got the money power in terms of muscle power, what I can say. And these are the something they will bounce back. They are coming, and they have their strategies to go to SDV, right? But if you see the last one, the followers is basically Japanese OEM, where they are basically more in making sure that status quo they don't leave faster. And that's the reason, if you see this Toyota once used to be a big the number one, slowly it has come here because they need to pick up. If they don't pick up it the trend, their businesses might suffer. And these are the automakers that they are going to be in this game soon, okay. And so what actually I try to discuss is these are the summaries. Okay. Software quality requirements in automotive industries is very higher. Okay. Compared to any other industry, safety is critical as the vehicles are on the road and in the motion. Okay. And the functional safety is paramount here. Failure is life threatening and software needs to go through hardening. What do you mean by hardening? In the those who are from the automobile, automobile on the hardware side, they can understand the metals being hardened. The software hardening means how much it goes through the testing and everything and make sure that it never fails. That way that is happening, and making sure this is tested well and coming, and these things are really needs to be done in a right way. And this organizational transformation is actually supplier and OEM relationship is changing, right? In automobile there is a OEM, and then there are tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and it used to be tier 1, tier 2 wholly dependent on OEM, but now these days what are the tier 2, 1 and tier 2? Because this is silicon based, now the chip is there, and the chip is being used in the television also, other places, consumer electronics also. The supplier of that is actually the supplier of that is they're not dependent on the OEMs, and that's where the total control on OEM on this is really having a challenging. And you people might have heard this chips crisis, and a chip crisis that happened when in the COVID time, where the consumer electronics goods has increased, and all this chip manufacturer started meeting the need of those um, consumers good, and that time this automobile business has come down, and because of COVID there is a slump, and this what they have done, automobile makers, is they reduce their ordering to this chip makers, right? And whatever the consumption the chips were available, that has moved towards the, because people when they were in the COVID side, they were using more screens and everything, and then there was the PC, laptop, everything demand has surged, and that has created a void. So you see there was a very sort of recession that has come in the automobile side, because there were the chips that were not there, and there was a Taiwan factory, TMSC has some fire and all that, and that all thing has compounded and somewhere impacted the automobile industries, right? So why I'm bringing this one is, earlier the software hardware structure was a tier 1, tier 2, and they were integrated, right? But now in between, the suppliers that are coming, they have got other priorities also. So how this is going to evolve and how it is happening, sometimes this is really a challenge, and new norms are getting placed in this way. Okay. And so a traditional partner like NXP, NSS, they are also supplying to other places. Okay. And this cyber security, cyber hygiene, and data protection is really getting challenging. We are advancing on this. Everything is on the cloud. Your information is on the cloud. Your personalization is on the cloud, right? So how, when we are making software, we are making sure that each places it is safe, and the safety code has been inserted, so that is the cyber security part is taken care. But still there are few places where this cyber crime is happening, where they have some few controls of the vehicles, and that is really sometimes threatening. But again, the evolution will happen, it will not stop, and things will move. We need to find our work in and around this. Okay. And how this can be made possible is software development actually is happening at a rapid pace, but every company, and they are trying to develop their own. But till the time there is an open source, if it is not came into the picture, where you can open whatever software you develop, right, that is available for other companies to build on that. Every time reinventing the wheel will actually not help. Okay, so what you need to do is we have to embrace the OSS, that is open software. Okay, actually that helps to develop software vehicles and on a short span of time, the software development and everything happen. And that should go through the agile methodology, and at the same time DevOps approach, where it is built, tested, and then move forward, so that this can be used for other people, right? So OEM software capability development, the new talent what is coming to the market, that is software oriented, and the mindset of from hardware centric to software centric, that is going to happen. So at the day end, this is evolution that is going to happen. We are going from a mechanical to a software centric market, and this is all about user experience. This is user driven, and we have made great progress in that, and we are going to make more progress in that. And the future of mobility is software defined vehicle. That's what I have for you. Thank you very much for this patience hearing. I'm okay for few questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Prabhu, again for a wonderful session. Now, these kind of topics we rarely hear, and they used to read some articles, right? Other than that, if you want to get real insights, obviously people have to join these kind of sessions to get that complete flavor and where we are in the market today, and what are the different strategies that we need to adopt to ensure we reach the next generation, next expectations, right? So with this, let's open up for Q&A as Prabhu requested. Any questions from anyone? Okay, let me see in chat if there are any questions. Just give me a moment. No, I don't see any questions. Okay, so Prabhu, I have a question, right? With respect to this SDV, even though we are trying to make more impact with respect to the kind of software that we are trying to use for the next generation, what is its impact and origin in India? I see a lot of Teslas, this and that, right? A lot of other countries trying to make a difference. How about its impact in India?
India is actually very much ahead in this. The world is getting software that is built by India, actually. Okay. Oh. If I take my example of my company also, the software heads are sitting in India, okay, and they are making sure the world is supplied with all the required software, okay. Tesla is something they have got their in-house software, and they are ahead in this. There are a lot of things doing in this one, but all other than Tesla, everybody is lagging. You have seen the chart and all that. And in India, actually, the OEM like Tata Motors and Mahindra with the XUV 7.0, they are level 2 plus. MG Hector, this is level 2 plus, and so recently, just before this, I was watching on the TV that Mahindra is going to launch Born EVs. Okay, and that is completely software defined short of, because the platform and everything is changing. In the Tata Motors side, the Nexon and everything is on the legacy platform. But these companies are working on a platform that is going to have a different architecture, on which they will be able to build their platform and can scale up. And that's what the Born EV concept is being brought by Mahindra, and somehow Tata is working on this. So there are a lot of traction happening in India, and India being a software hub, and this is controlled throughout the world through the Indian talent only, sir.
It's a great answer, Prabhu. Thank you. And how you see this evolution? I saw by 2030, the revolution is going to reach its peak phase, right?
Yeah.
So we are already in 2023. I know there is good amount of years, but what are the challenges that you see with respect to adopting these software, new softwares into the vehicles? Do you see? I know you have covered the security challenges part also, but can you help us a little bit more deeper understanding on this?
Okay, so basically challenges are a lot. Okay, and that's what I said, the open source software. Okay, till the time software is not democratized, I mean there is something built, and then on which you do have to know, you don't have to reinvent, you can build on that, right? You remember in the past the safety belt has been somebody has developed, okay, and that they have not taken a patent of that. Okay, they have made sure that everybody uses because the safety critical. And if you really want to move in a software defined vehicle, and there is software that is going to define everything, right? And that if you don't do that software open source, and everybody is whatever they are developing, they are keeping with us, then it is still a long way to go. And if you see the 2030 somewhere, this electrical vehicle carbon neutrality, a lot of companies has claimed by 2030 and they will be only making EVs, or they will not make ICE and all that, right? This is carbon neutrality is in order to save your planet, and everything needs to be done, and people are doing that. But 2030, whatever the data says, it will not be possible. It may be a 50% penetration or 60% penetration. So SDV also will take a longer time. You will go, you will be able to develop few vehicles. You will develop a car which will go from point A to point B without a driver assistance. But is that scalable? Okay, it can be a mass production. It can be produced as a mass. That is going to take a longer time. I say it's maybe 10 to 20 years as per my experience. I may be wrong, but this is what I can say right now. My gut feeling.
Obviously, there's a lot of untapped market, right? Which we can explore.
Yeah.
That's like a oxygen for all the companies. I hear some other voice. Anyone wants to ask any question?
Yeah, I have a question
Please go
to
ahead.
Prabhu. Hi, first of all, wonderful session, Prabhu. It is really out of the box for us. We have been blown with all the agile methodology, all this file, all the sessions are about agile. But he suddenly took us into the virtual car now. I feel like I'm sitting in an advanced car. So my question is, how close this software development is picking up in terms of airlines? Because we see airlines is also more in terms of development in software. What can we see in tomorrow? Either airlines is similar to car, or car is similar to airlines? Because the console itself is different right now.
Yeah, so there is everything. There is a little bit of software, okay, whether on the road or on the air right now. And I said there are 150 millions of code is being written to order in order to move a car on the road, and making it autonomous level 3 and 4 safety, security, and everything. And the same way in the air also, and that, so both the places the software is there also, this is working there. And numbers of line code is on the road, it is more, because the way it is interacting with the uncertainties on the road, that much not uncertainty not on the air. There is a once you predefined and everything, it's moves that way. So basically that's why I said in my presentations, and that the number of code is being written is whatever is going in the air that way itself. So number of, actually what is the number of codes and everything, I'll not be an expert to answer that numbers, but I can say sure that this both is going into same way, and whatever the air has got, the more than that, this car working on the road has a software codes that is happening.
Thanks, Prabhu. We have a couple of questions on YouTube as well. What about the sustainability aspect and the regulatory aspect?
Yeah, that is actually sustainability in the sense this is the one of the mega trend. Okay, this electric vehicle that is going to help this carbon neutrality. Okay, and that's what is happening. everybody is behind that. And I said, because there is a constant power supply in EV, and that is the trend that is going to happen. So it's really going to help in sustainability of the nature. If you are asking a question, how much sustainable it is, then answer is, right now people are feature crazy right now. Okay, everybody wants so many features. Okay, mood lighting, I want this and that. But at the day end, what happens is this market is going to get matured. Okay, you will need only a few applications for your safety. You need applications. You want a music to play on the dashboard, and many very less features. And this will consolidate. Right now there is a flood of features coming to that, and this is really this will get consolidated, and the sustainability of this type of vehicle is going to happen, because and it can be scaled as well. As the software and everything gets matured and open source and everything will come into the picture, I'm sure this is sustainable over a new time it is coming, right? And this will phase out the way the mechanical engine part has phasing out, the way everything else will phase out, and you will go to in a software defined vehicles in coming days. Okay, everything is defined by software, nothing comes from here and there. Yeah. Yes, Satish, I think you are on mute.
Any more questions, Satish? Or
Yes, that's the questions. We have, I mean, few more things which the participants on YouTube want to clarify. You will share your LinkedIn profile so that like they can get in touch with you and they can get it clarified. Prabhu.
yeah, that's great. Thanks, Satish. Thanks, Prabhu, for an excellent session. Again, a little bit token of appreciation from our side. Let me try to showcase my screen. Just give me a moment. Okay, hope you can see it and others also can see it.
Thank you very much, Satish and Sarat. I not expected this.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
First of all, we have to thank you for being part of this, despite your busy schedule, right? And I know the kind of efforts and pain that you might have gone through while preparing these slides, giving us live feed of what are the trends and how things are going to shape up in future. So a big vote of thanks for you. And as participants already told, it's already become a great session. So thanks, Prabhu, once again for a very good session. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you everyone
Thank
for
you.
listening me
Thanks.
patiently for such a longer time. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much. So with this, the session from Prabhu has come to an end. We will start off with another session, right, Satish? Or it's a back-to-back session to one, right? Okay. Let me see. Just give me a moment.
And now we have Satyajit Bhosle.
Okay.
Yes.
Satish, you want to introduce? I think I got some technical issues with respect to Zoom. Can you help me unshare?
Yeah.
Please close my sharing so that sure how to maximize. Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go ahead and quickly introduce our next speaker, Satyajit, who is going to talk about product space, exploring product space as an agile coach. Satyajit is currently working with a famous bank in the and he is working as a principal agile coach, right? He has put his footprints in and successfully integrated business and technology teams. Always try to inculcate a culture of automation, design, security, DevOps, and other areas. Played the role of a test manager for large programs such as Workday, HCM, and cloud migration. And he is responsible for the overall end-to-end testing, regression automation, security, operational acceptance testing, and UX. He's a PSPO certified, Safe SPC certified, IC Agile, ATF, CAT, and ENT, and also completed his CSM1, right? I think there is a little bit more which Satyajit can directly share from his side. With this, let me hand it over to Satyajit. Satyajit, if you can hear us, please.
Yes. Yes. Hey, hi, Sharan. Hi, Satish. Hi, guys. I hope you can listen and hear me properly, right? Yes.
Yes, Sachit, we are able to hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go.
Okay, great. Just let me share my screen. And then let me know. Okay. I hope everybody is able to see his screen. Guys, yes. Okay, can I get a quick yes, no?
Yes.
No, yes.
Yes, we are able to. We are able to.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So thanks, Sharan, for that introduction. Okay. So of course that was my past introduction. I was more before Agile coaching. I was more into testing and development. Okay. And from last 8 years, I've been into Agile. And from last 3 years, okay. So this entire slide deck, okay. This entire slide deck is my journey from last 3 years, okay. Post-COVID, where actually I came acquainted with a lot of product coaches, product managers across the industry, across various companies, and I started speaking with them. So this entire my learning experience, I tried to replicate in roughly around 13, 14 slides. Okay, so tough to squeeze in, but I've tried my best. So it is general, right? I mean, see, so the one basic prerequisite for this workshop, guys, is you should have some idea about Agile and agility. Okay, maybe a Scrum framework would definitely help us. Okay, in this case. So some of the slides are going to be a bit heavy, but I've tried my best to give examples and try to simplify the concept. But there is one spoiler for this session. The spoiler for this session, I'm not going to recommend any framework. I'm not going to recommend any good book. Okay, except for one slide where I'm going to recommend one book. Okay. Apart from this, there is no framework recommendation. There is no standardized framework which you hear. Okay. So this is solely coming from my experience. So whatever is experience, you can say maybe from frustration, sweats, and celebrations of building product. Okay, from last 8 years, and especially a product side from last 3 years. Okay. With this, so we are going to deep dive into this. Okay, so now our next 35 odd minutes are going to look like. Okay, so we are actually going to understand what exactly is a product management, what exactly is the process of building products. Okay, and then how actually one of the popular frameworks sees. Okay, how Scrum sees product management as an area. Okay, I wanted to deep dive into other frameworks, but then probably I just picked up which is one of the most default and popular framework. Okay, and then why do we really require a product manager? So you can also say, okay, product owners. We'll try to answer this, okay, during the session. And then actually the fourth one is very critical. The harsh realities as a Scrum Master, as an Agile coach, or even as a product manager. Okay, what are the harsh realities for that? Okay, and then how do we explore the product space? Okay, so as I said, right, one of the key persona, one of the key audience for this is, okay, a Scrum Master or Agile coach. Okay, because see, there is always a tug of war. Where should we move? Should we move to the technical side, or should we move to the product side, or should we move to the technology side? Okay, so this is what I'm just trying to simplify that particular confusion. Okay, with this. Okay, so with this, let's try to first drill down. I'm going to spend maybe a quick 5 minutes on this slide. Okay, and feel free to ping me, or feel free to ask questions on this. But then I'm going to holistically touch on the slides. Okay, I'm not going to double click, or I'm not going to go detail into the slides. Okay, again, simplified version. Okay, so building products, or you can say product management, right, is a two-step process. Okay, it's of a product discovery and a product delivery. Okay, so product discovery is actually uncovering what creates a value. That is, you are finding out, okay, these are some of the problems that can create a value. And delivery side is actually delivering those stuffs. Okay, so these are two fundamental aspects of building a product, right? Product discovery and a product delivery side. Okay, and then further, okay, let's simplify product discovery further. Okay, let's try to simplify product discovery into two parts. One is problem discovery, and one is a solution discovery. Okay, you might have heard problem space and solution space. Okay, across, I mean, many times in town halls or in books or even during your organizations, right? So this is what product discovery is part of, divided into two parts. So let's try to see. I'm just trying to segregate this. Okay, so that the conceptually it becomes very clear to you. Okay, so let's try to focus on, okay, what is a problem discovery? But why do we need a problem discovery? Is that okay? So this is a mental model. We are going to talk on a bit amount of depth. But why we need is that we need a user empathy. Okay, it's a deep user empathy. So there is a reason why this word called as deep user empathy. Okay, and we'll try to understand. So there is a problem with someone. There is a problem in market. Okay, and then we want to address that problem. Okay, so what are the first step you're going to do? You are going to identify the personas. You're going to identify the users. Okay, let me give an example. Okay, a classic example of Zomato. Let's take an Zomato or Swiggy, right? So what do you think, guys? What are the different personas in Zomatos and Swiggy? Can we suggest something actually? What are the different user types, or what are the different people who are using Zomatos? Segments, high-level user segments, if you can.
One is the customer who is placing the order. The other is the restaurant who is,
yes,
and third is the delivery associate.
Yes. Thank you, Satish. So yes, so high-level user segments can be a customer, can be in a restaurant, and can be a delivery partners. Okay. Again, actually, you can divide the users into multiple segments. It can be maybe from a demographic, it can be an age bracket, it can be a housewife, it can be anything, right? So this is how it is. Now, every user, right, be it a customer, be it a restaurant or a delivery partner, they have a certain jobs to be done. They have a job to be done. Okay, so this is what. So you need to identify. Okay, as a customer, let's pick up a user profile as actually a student. Let's take up a user who's trying to order food from Zomato. So what is the job to be done? So you see the point is right. See, every product, right? Every product has a job to be done. See, the customer buys a product or customer use a product. I'm using Zomato for fulfilling some of the job, and the job is actually ordering food. As simple as that, right? And another can be, okay, let's take an example of Zoom, right? What is actually Zoom doing? Okay, so the basic job, right, the functional job which Zoom is doing is that he's connecting the remote workers, or maybe remote employees, or maybe remote groups without having a personal connect, right? You don't have to physically go. You're sitting in a different parts of maybe in India, right, or the world, right? You don't have to go physically to each other to attend this. So Zoom is making sure that you're connecting with the remote worker. As Zomato is doing that, it's helping you to order. So right. So this is a basic functional job of a product. And user, I'm hiring, I'm using Zomato because I want a functional job to be satisfied. Okay. So this is a basic steps. I'm not going to deep dive into what are jobs to be done. I'm just trying to high level touch on each and every aspect, right? Now to completing the job, okay, every user has a problem. Just look at any of our product which are currently using, right? Every product has a problem, okay? And I'll give you one classic example, right? Zomato, okay, few months back, or even start of this month back, right? There was a classic problem. Where user was unable to place order from multiple restaurants at the same time. Are you aware actually, did you try Zomato maybe before, I think 6 months back, trying placing an order from multiple restaurants at the same time? I want to order a dosa from one restaurant and I want to order some other dish from another restaurant. I can only add one restaurant to the cart. Are you getting it right? Now, this was a complaint which Zomato had received number of times, okay? And Zomato has specifically resolved this issue in, I think, 3 months or 4 months back. Now you can place a bulk order. You can add maybe, I'm not sure, maybe 4 or 5 restaurants as part of a cart. So this was a typical problem, right? This was a typical problem of Zomato. So that is what I'm trying to say. Identify the personas, identify the jobs to be done, and then you identify the problems. So this is what a classic example. Now you end there, right? Now the challenge is, right, as a user might have hundreds of problems. Do we need to fix really all the problems? The answer is no. So this is when you need to prioritize this problem. You can't prioritize this problem based on certain frameworks. Now, I started this session with saying that I'm not going to recommend any framework, okay? I'm just going to give you some idea about that, okay? So prioritize a framework based on, okay, these many numbers of, maybe more number of users are there. So probably I'll target this. And there are a couple of parameters which we'll discuss later on, but you'll have to prioritize this framework. Now this prioritized framework go to the solution discovery. Yeah, this goes as an input to solution discovery. So what happens? What happens once this prioritized problem go to solution discovery? Here we require another mental model, and that mental model is called problem solving. Now notice there is a word called as creative problem solving. And there is also a reason why we have written a word called as creative. Okay. See, again, when you implement, when you identify a solution, right, generally, right, there are two, if I look at it, right, in my experience, there can be two kinds of solution. One can be a catch-up game, where Zomato has implemented a feature and then Swiggy copies it. Or somebody has implemented something, when some bank has implemented something and some other banks. So there is always a catch-up game. And there's another feature which are actually a market differentiator, a really market differentiator. Okay. So generally, right? So this is where that is what you need to see. You need to bring an out-of-box solution. You can't always do a catch-up game. Now this again thing, you have to identify multiple solutions and you have to prioritize the solution. See, prioritize. So this is again a prioritization of a solution. So prioritization of a problem. Okay, just give me a second. Okay. There's some issue. Okay, my bad. Okay. So there is a prioritization of a problem and there's a prioritization of solution. So what happens after the solutions are prioritized is go to a roadmap. So roadmap is nothing but these are a set of features which we are going to implement. Let's suppose for next 3 months, I'm going to implement these 2 features. Okay. This is what it is. Now, once you create a roadmap, you align different teams. So you say, okay, this is the feature I want to target for the next 2 months. And let's suppose there's a legal team, there's a compliance team, there's a marketing team, there's an engineering team, and let's suppose there's a business team particular. And these are teams to align with this and along with the leaders, right? This is what it is. And this is a normal process of you create user stories or a PRD, product requirement document, and then you move ahead. You start your development in sprints. Once you start development in sprint, you release a product to production, right? You release a product. This is a normal delivery life cycle, which generally we have seen. Once you release a product, there is a go-to-market strategy. Now you have released a product. How do we ensure that a user uses a product? This is where actually maybe a lot of campaigning will take place and all that, right? Marketing strategies and all that. And once you do that, you measure the customer and the business impact. Okay, how many, as per expectation, how many, and based on that, right, you iterate and grow. So this is a generally, right, product development, building a product life cycle, right? Now I want to ask you a question, right? Where does a normal scope of an agile coach falls into this? What do you think? Where it will fall? Any guesses, guys? Where it will fall? Generally, Scrum Masters or even product managers. Okay, where will it fall? Okay. Okay, I'll just
development in sprints, ideally.
Yes, yes. So what we generally do, right? We start with identifying solutions. Okay, remember, this is a step even prior to prioritizing solutions. Okay. Nobody has prioritized. We get a backlog of laundry list of items. We create user stories. Okay. We move to development in sprint. We release to production. And then we go back to check out this where the arrow goes. We go back to selecting another feature. I mean, do you agree, guys? This is what the normal scope which generally is seen. And this is a standard, okay? Even because most of the time in most of the projects and most of the organization, even all of us are stuck into this hamster wheel, okay? And there's a reason for that, okay? So let's see actually. See. And of course, this is due to the culture of organization or everything, right? Most of the coaches, agile coaches and Scrum Master role is viewed as a process only role and is always aligned to the delivery arms. Okay. See, historically and culturally, we've been never asked to look at the left side of a wall. We are always given a product backlog and asked us to deliver, and which is actually this is out. And we are always asked only 2 questions. Okay. How much story points and by when? Okay, that these are the 2 standards. But nobody has actually asked, okay, should we even build it? So this is a standard, right? And again, but a question to you is that, okay, what do you think actually? Is delivery only shipping the feature is only a delivery to us without measuring the impact? The answer is no, it's not. It's not. And notice I'm saying the word called as measuring the impact. I'm not saying successfully the impact should be successful. I'm just saying you deliver a feature and you measure it. Failure and pass is not an option. It might achieve or it might not achieve. That is a difference. I'm just asking measuring. And with this, I'm just going to leave with you with one message is that, okay, go back and check, okay, whatever feature you have delivered, how much is a percentage uses or has the customer really used it? And you would surprised to see those stats. Okay, you can't speak with the sales, speak with the marketing, but this is what it is. So so this was a product management tool. Okay, let's deep dive into what does Scrum says. Okay. So this is the first line of a Scrum. Okay. The Scrum guide starts with this line. Okay. Scrum is a lightweight framework that helps people, teams, organizations generate value through adaptive solution, complex problems. Okay. So there is text highlighted as generate value, adaptive solutions, and complex problems. Okay. So when we say generate value, what do you think? Generate value for whom? Is it for a customer? Is it for a business? What do you think? Any guesses? I'm not using the chats, but I'm just trying. Okay. Yes. Any guesses, guys? Is it for a customer? Okay, customer. Okay. Thank you. I got an answer. Customer. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So there is a business and there is a customer. Okay. So customer can be a user, right? As in he can use a product or he cannot use a product. So there's a business and there is a customer. So customer has problems, needs, goals, right? He has certain problems. We understood, right? Jobs to be done, the problems, right? So what does business does is business creates products or services for the customers. Okay, they understand, they have a deep user empathy. Okay, I'm just trying to relate to the first slide. So I'm going to go back to the first slide every time. Okay, they have a deep user empathy. They do user research. They try to understand these are the problems we need to fix. Customer uses a product not once, repeatedly. Okay, that is a critical point. Repeatedly, and gives back and gives business back maybe a money or maybe attention. He says that attention or money, right? From both the angles. Okay, from that. Okay. So you understand the relationship with business and the customer. So what business gives to customer is called as customer value, and what customer gives to the business is called as business value. And when we say generate a value, is generating value for both customer as well as a business. Okay. So there is no business, I mean, there is no organization, probably I don't remember on top of my mind, right, which only generates customer value and not generate business value. So businesses will go out of a market. Okay, guys, this is the entire agility is all about. So when we say generate value, it needs to be for both business as well as customer. So we have understood what is generating value. Let's understand, okay, how do we define value? Okay, let's define. So there are certain questions, right? I mean, I don't know how to define. Let's try to ask some questions. Okay, how do we identify customers and users? How do we identify problems? Okay, or which are the problems to be solved? Which solutions to implement? How do we build the right thing? I don't know. How do we measure success? I don't know. That can be ample of umpteen number of questions. I don't know. You need to ask all these questions, okay, to define the value. But the challenge is you will not find any of these answers within a Scrum framework. So you'll have to look outside the Scrum framework. And I'll leave this slide with one more messaging. Okay, so there is a line called in Scrum guide. Scrum is purposefully left incomplete, and I'll leave you that message. Okay, that is okay. So with this, let's try to understand one more thing. Okay, so there's a rise of a product owner role or maybe a fall. I'll leave up to you to decide, but this is what it is. Okay, so most product owners are not there yet. Okay, are not empowered to take decisions, or not team backlog managers. Okay, see, I've been myself a product owner from last 6 months. Okay, and I relate this to me. It's not that. Okay, I relate this to me. Okay, so let's try to understand what are the models generally there. PM and PO are the different roles within an organization. Okay, two different job titles. Okay, there's an integration. One is focused on a strategic part and one is on a tactical part. And there is one which is either PM or either PO. So there is one person handling both of the roles, right? So beware of this option. Okay, this is very tricky. Two different people, two different roles. This is tricky. Can work, may not work. Okay, 50% it has worked for me, but 50% it has failed also. This works amazingly. Okay, again, I'm not talking about business impact, but one person handling the end-to-end responsibility. So these are the three standard models which you will find. Okay, of course, trickiest might work in your case. I'm not telling which is a good or bad, but stay away from the first model. Definitely, there is a big red signal. There's a lot of handoffs. Okay, going to happen in that role. Okay. So with this, let's define what is a product manager really supposed to do. Now, this looks a scary chart, guys, but that says this is a role of a responsibility of a product manager. Now, why are we trying to study roles of responsible product manager? Because we want to dwell into the product space. See, we want to understand what is this chap is actually doing? What is his responsibility of that? And most of the time I say, right, we are stuck into the hamstering wheel, so we don't know what is actually doing. So starts with the research, strategy, product roadmap. Okay, execution is, you might see familiar terms, right? Collaborating with the engineer, designer, and everything. Scrum, Kanban, prioritization, team topology. How do we structure the product teams? Okay, it should come from a leadership, the goals and OKRs, Objectives should come from a leadership, and then go to market strategy, okay, and then product analytics, where he actually works with analytics team, try to understand the data, and growth. Growth is nothing but growing a product, right? Does he want to increase the number of users or number of revenue? How does it do that, right? Generally from that angle, or engagement. So this is from a growth perspective. So ideally, you should manage the entire life cycle of a product. This is what, and why he's doing that? Because he also needs to give value to the business. Now, when you see this, you will feel, okay, this is too much for one person. It's very difficult. Okay, I would have agreed this with you maybe 6 or 1 year back, but there's slight disagreement on this. That this is tough, but then the point is, right, this is actually one person is there, right? But he is actually not. That doesn't mean he will do by one person. It's not a one-man army. He will do everything, right? See, most product organization, you can take any organization within India, right? They have a single person managing a product manager role over entire product lead, right? So during a problem discovery, he's a individual contribution. Okay, he's an individual contribution. But during solution, right, he will definitely liaise with engineering. He will involve engineering, design team, everyone. Okay, for solution discovery. Product vision, he will work with leadership to prepare the strategies and all that, right? And during last part, he will also work with analytics and marketing team. So this is not one person. You have given him a project and you have dumped everything on. He has to work across. It is more of a collaboration and communicating role also, right? This is what it is. And then actually it also depends upon organization type, right? Stage of a product, right? If you're part of a smaller organization, you will play a bigger role. You'll have to do everything. If you're a bigger organization, right, which maybe probably the one which I'm currently working on. So there might be a segregation of duties. It might be a role of, or there might be some product which is already in production support. So it might be more aligned to execution. Okay, with this, guys, this is a classic code, right? So even if you take Scrum away, right, from organization, product management is still going to exist. It's not going to go away. So without any framework, product management has to be basic capability within an organization if they want to deliver products. Okay. With this, guys, now, since you have understood, right, what product manager is supposed to do to make product success and grow business, let's try to ask one question, right? So let's ask, can an agile coach on product management skills? I'll ask you to hold for maybe 5 minutes, okay? Just hold on for this answer, okay? And let's try to do this, okay? So let's go to the harsh realities first, okay? I think everyone knows, probably everyone is aware of Marty Kagan, right? But then this is what he writes, okay? So these are the best coaches, product coaches across the world, okay? Product leaders across the world, okay? So if whoever is coaching the product team doesn't have actual hands-on experience with a product, it is difficult for them, okay? Advice to agile coaches to change their focus from a process to product discovery. Petra Willy talks, amazing product coach. She has a strong product leader book. You should definitely read it, okay? Read out that's what she says. Agile coaches, by the nature of their work development team, are more aligned to delivery. Remember the hamster wheel, okay? So this is a classic PM wheel, product management wheel, which Petra specified in her book, right? This consists of 8 quadrants, okay, where we are currently, right? If you see, we are into agile and we are into agile team, couple of them, but we are not everywhere. We are not at the problem stage and the solution discovery phase. We are not at a discovery phase. We're still struggling at a delivery phase without measuring the impact. Okay. Now, these are hard lessons which I have learned from past, say 3 years. Okay, struggle. How do we make an impact on product side, right? So the first thing, right, you'll find a lot of different lenses. Agile people seeing product as a different lens, product seeing different. But I personally feel like these are not 2 different lenses. Okay. So let's stop seeing agile and product as 2 different lenses. Okay. So the foundation of agile is a team, and the foundation of product is users. Okay. And you as an agile coach or scrum master need to bring this together, the team as well as the user. You need to bridge the friction between them, bring them together. Okay. You need to have a deep user empathy towards a product manager. See, guys, you as an agile coach and a scrum master, right, you need to have a deep user empathy. You need to understand what he's supposed to do. Most of the time, since we are stuck into that wheel, okay, we assume, okay, this is the role of the person. But the role of a product manager or product management skill is more than that. If you want to explore the product space, right, we'll have to widen our umbrella on that part, okay? And we've been always focused on the teams, right? Teams or teams, right? Or product managers or product owners, right? It has to be users also. We'll have to think shift left, okay, from that angle, okay? Soft skills, very critical. Hard skills, creating roadmap, creating vision, I think this can be learned. from a lot of frameworks and templates, right? But soft skills are one of the most critical. If you're not able to do soft skills, I think it's very difficult to explore the product space. Okay. And I won't read it, right? These are the standard soft skills which you need. Okay. I think fall in love with the problem, not solution. This is historically, culturally, we always, when you ask, right, a basic question, what is an improvement in Zomato? What is, you generally come with feature, or hey, this button is not working, this button, we generally, but we don't think from a user's point of view. That is a classic, right? Okay. And find a people problem behind the product. Okay. Not a product problem first. Okay. I may say that, okay, so there is a problem in Zomato that I'm not able to place a bulk order. I have multiple orders at the same time. But the people problem is I'm getting frustrated. I'm not able, I have friends across India and I want to place an order or four. I mean, I have a guest at my house and I want to order at the same time from food from a different restaurant. Why are you forcing me to choose only from one restaurant? So this is a people problem. I'm frustrated. I'm agonized from this. Okay, you might fix it, but this is what you'll have to understand the people problem behind this. Okay, and then outcome leading to output leading to outcome. Okay, output are not bad. It has to lead to outcome. That is only the point. Okay, it's not never that. And frameworks, both in Agile and frameworks, are not silver bullets. Okay, let's be honest. And then last but not least, okay, let's not fall into trap of product coaches title. Okay, let's look at that a bigger responsibility. So these are my learning lessons, guys. I'll quickly move. Okay, but okay, before that, the star ones are the most toughest, which I felt toughest. Okay, you still need to improve because it's complete change in a 360-degree view as an Agile coach or a Scrum Master. Okay, falling in love with the problem is very difficult when you are actually trained to solve solutions, trained to solve problem-solving mode. It is no longer problem-solving mode. It is no longer a solution first. It is a problem-first mode. And even with problem, it is a user-first mode. That is what you need to think. So it is completely, somebody has shifted from a team to think from a users. And you have to go back and think complete left shift from that. Okay, with this, guys, I'll take next 5 minutes. Okay. So as an Agile coach, as a Scrum Master, how would I start exploring the product space? So generally, this is what I did. I started reading product books. I read a lot of product books. Okay. Some did help me. Some did demotivated me because I thought the reality is different. Okay. And then some also motivated me. So it's very difficult, right? There are different viewpoints and people are going together. There are different frameworks. So it's very easy to get lost in information. Okay. And of course, if you pick up one mentor and then again, right? The challenging part is product discovery, right? Especially the discovery part is not a one size all fits. Okay, never does. It's never safe. It's never. So it's very difficult, right? You can read it. You can read as much as, but it's very difficult to collate this information. Okay. So the best part is you read, you understand, and you try. How do you try? Is you do product tear downs. Break the product. I'll show you. Okay. So this is one method which we are going to touch in the next 5 minutes. Okay. And the third and the last, and I think one of the most impactful, okay, is build products. Now, okay, the question is, okay, when I say build product, it's more of a digital products, okay, not physical products. Okay. You need to build products, you need to be a CEO of your own product. I need to identify a problem in a society, do a user research, do all the steps, identify problems, identify solutions, prioritize solutions, and then you move to the delivery phase. Okay, this is what you need to do. Can a one person do it? I don't have an answer. Okay, I definitely don't have. But again, can a one person do it? It is possible. Okay, we are seeing solopreneurs. People have created products. A lot of no code, low code. I'm not commenting on the quality. I'm not giving you solutions, but it is a possibility. But this is what actually getting it. And all these three things. Okay, let's try to bring another question. Okay, we'll flip the question this time. Okay, and once again asking, do you need to be a product manager to do all this? And the answer is no. You don't have to be a product manager. You can do very well sitting here. You can do very well without any designation. So I want to leave this message. Okay, so if you want to do product coaching, you need to think and do a work like a product manager, and of course product leaders from that angle. Okay, you might be doing some leadership role from OKRs and all that. Okay, I don't want to touch on that, but you need to see the entire product life cycle from the inception to the problem till the time you deliver and you measure the impact. See, measuring the impact is very critical, as I told, right? Hamstering wheel. If you don't measure impact, you will not understand, okay, whether it is a failed impact or it is past impact, and then iterate the solution. So this is the best. So if you want to explore product coaching, you will have to think and play like a product manager in some cases. Okay. And these are the standard steps. See, there might be more. I'm not denying that, but this is what I could think of. There might be more, and then of course there definitely will be more. But this, see, you understand this. These slides are more structured from a coaching, agile coaching point of view, more from somebody who's came from a background with a Scrum Master and a coaching. This is more from that. Been into coaching from last 8 years, but this is more from that angle. Okay. And so let's look at, okay. So as I said, right, let's do a product tear downs. Let's do it. Okay. I don't know if there are any questions or anything. Depends. Total, not any special. Okay. I'll try to answer in case, okay, if there are questions, but just give me a few minutes and then we'll reserve maybe 5-10 minutes for question and answers towards the end. Okay. So just give me a second. Okay. So we'll try to do a product tear down. Okay, guys, with next. Again, the steps might vary. Okay. Completely. This is one of the steps which I have actually pulled. Okay, so there is Ankit Shukla who's leading the Halopian entirety, which is Gurgaon based, the arranger product coaching and lot. So this is a framework which I pulled up from LinkedIn. Okay, it's a quite magnificent framework. Okay, so product selection, sign up. I'll try to reiterate all these steps again. Okay, to you. But then I'll definitely hand it over Satish and Sharat. Whatever the materials I've tried to gather, right, the references, I'll try to create something. I'll try to send you so that you don't waste a lot of time going across everywhere, right? You have every material towards it. Okay. So let's try to do this. So these are the simple steps, guys, and anyone can do it. Okay. So the first step is you need to pick your product, any favorite product which you are using day to day. It can be financial product, maybe a Grow, it can be Zerodha, it can be Zomato, it can be Swiggy, or it can be Make My Trip, it can be Book My Show, anything. I would suggest pick up a B2C. That's going to be a bit easier. Let's not pick it up B2B. Let's pick up B2C. Okay. You identify how business is making money. The first thing you should do is think we are taking you left shift, completely left shift, no user stories. You're trying to understand the business. Okay. How any idea, guys, any idea how does Zomato makes money? Anyone wants to take a shot? Again, no prizes for the right answers, but still. Anyone? What are the different ways Zomato can make money? Zomato, Swiggy, what do you think?
From the customer orders plus the commission from restaurants.
Yes, commission for restaurant, correct. Customer orders, commission for restaurant. There's also Zomato Gold, right? There are some memberships. Zomato Gold membership, Swiggy K membership. So these are some. So this is how Zomato makes money. So the first basic thing is that, okay, you go into any when you select a product, you first try to understand their business model. Okay, these are the people. Okay, this is how they make money. See, ultimately everything ties back to money. Okay. I don't want to build a product which is not giving me money and just it is a what do you say? There's one. I mean, there are a lot of features getting released, right? But it is not getting used and it is not giving me money. Okay. So remember, guys, remember the first slide. Okay, customer value and the business value. If you get customer value, if you don't give this business value, it is of no use of each other. It has to give both. It has to give both. Okay. So understand how business make money. Okay. Okay. And then you pull up one of the business goal. So do you want to engage more users? Do you want to create engagement, or do you want to retain the users, right? So Zomato, see the order is right. You have to retain. You just when I'm taking a specific example of Zomato and Swiggy because those are quite relatable. Okay, there might be B2B, but then what Zomato does is right, it keeps on pushing you, sending push notification. I'm pretty sure, right? If anybody has a Zomato app installed today, they might have got a push notification. Okay, there's a cricket match, there is this discount. India started batting, Pakistan has lost this wicket. So Zomato keeps on sending those push notifications. And this is what they are retentions. Okay, these are retaining. They want you to place an order. Okay, and revenue. They want to increase it. So you select any one of the business goals. You pick up your product, understand the business, how it makes money, and then you pick up any business. Understand, okay, I want to improve engagement or I want to improve retention. You do this. Then you start with the problem space. Okay. So the first thing you should do is identify users, different users for a product. As I think Satish said, right? For Zomato, there might be 3 users. One is actually customer who's placing order, one is a restaurant and delivery partner. Let's check a customer, okay? Customer may I'll choose from a demographic and problem, I'll maybe choose a student who has certain specific problems, okay? But there's a take, okay? I'll have to go and interview at least three students or three users, okay, and try to understand their problem. So this is where actually it is a different ball games from agility, okay, different ball game. Interviewing this users directly, okay. And when I say interviewing, right, okay, I'll just try to identify the jobs to be done. And this is where you remember in the start of this session, I told there is one book I'm going to recommend you, okay. This is The Mom's Test. It is hardly a 120 pages book. It's a classic book. Even if you don't try to explore product coaching or anything, I mean, from try to understand the internet, you should definitely read this. The book talks about how even your mom cannot lie to you on your questions. And this is what exactly, keep away your biases. You're talking about users life. You're not talking about feature. We generally go, do you want this digital payment? Customer will say, yes. Imagine you're going and talking to a farmer, okay, and you giving him, okay, digital payment option. The problem the farmer has, he doesn't have an internet connection. What is without that feature? That is what exactly. So the best thing the farmer requires is cash on delivery. It's the best option for him. So that is what it is, right? So this is what actually this book talks about, okay? Going into users' life and not our life, okay? And then you identify problems, you identify the jobs to be done, and then you identify the problems you're facing and not getting the jobs to be done successfully, okay? So that is what it is all about, okay? And then you prioritize this problem. Same, you are going to the same slides, okay? Prioritization of problems can be done in 2 ways, okay? You have conducted 3 interviews. You have a list of problems. Now you go and rotate the survey. Rotate the survey to them, okay? Now, let's suppose you rotate to 100 odd people and only 50 odd people have responded. So you will come to know out of that 50 odd people, okay, maybe 35 people have selected only these 3 problems. So these are prioritization. Another way is identify the business goal. So our business goal is assuming engagement or revenue. So that will filter it out. That will further filter it out. Again, there might be different ways you can filter out more, but these are 2 common ways which I could think of. Okay, and then perform competitor analysis. Okay. Now this is another take, right? The obvious competition for Zomato is Swiggy or any other. Okay, so this is a direct competition. Okay, can you think of any indirect competition, guys, for Zomato or Swiggy? What do you think? Can there be an indirect competition for Zomato or Swiggy? Anyone? Anyone wants to just add? Can our home kitchen can also be competition, right, for this food delivery apps? If I decided to cook the food at home, I don't have to order. So even this, so think on from a competition from both sides, okay? Direct and indirect. And the last, okay, 1 second. The last but not least is prioritize this problem. Okay. So I mean, I was thinking actually to bring you the actual case study, but then it's going to be a bit heavier. I just thought actually I'll explain you the framework. And then of course we can connect offline. I can definitely send you a lot of case studies, okay, or you can definitely found on different platforms all this. But this is the structure, right, guys? The structure might be interchangeable. I'm not saying that these are steps you need to follow, but these are steps you can keep your creativity up in exploring the product space. And especially that is what I'm trying to tell you. After reading books or whatever it is, right? If you're curious, you should definitely do the product tear down. So you should maybe recommend it, okay? And then solution space, where you identify multiple solutions. Remember, multiple solution, market differentiator, or more of a catch-up game. And why multiple solution is that to keep your biases and also control. And then you prioritize the solution. Now, I'm recommending you impact, confidence, and easiness. There's an IC framework plus WSJF. Okay. Now, why I've written plus? You can combine these 2. Okay, so this is what we have done in our organization. Okay, we have created. See, the point is, right, I'm not recommending you any framework. I'm not promoting you any framework. Okay, so the point of writing this is that understand the business, your organization business, your product business, in current organization. Understand the problem, understand where business is coming from, and you create your own customized framework. You can combine, you can plug and play multiple framework. That is what I think is missing right now. Generally, we go with Moscow, or generally we go with all this. We depend, okay, you tell us a priority. That is not the case. We'll have to push priority. If someone is not giving a priority, we'll have to push a priority. This is what you have to combine, plug and play this framework. So again, guys, I don't want to go into in depth because these are very framework. Creating a customized framework itself is a big topic itself, right? And then lastly, but not least, can create wireframes using Figma, okay, and test with couple of users. Use journey. It might take 1 month, it might take 2 months, but then it's worth a shot if you really are interested in exploring the product space. Okay, let's. But then it will definitely push you up to the limit in any of your current role. I just wanted to have more empathy towards product managers, okay, and product owners who are actually, which is a quite complicated role in industry. Okay, most of the people doesn't understand, but if we really go in depth and try to have an empathy and try to understand their role, what are their responsibility, then only we'll come to know, okay, this is a bigger fish to fry. Okay, this is what I need to do to prepare myself. Okay, so with this, guys, product discovery is not one size fits all. It's a linear path. I think I am on time, but then with this, guys, thank you very much. If you like to speak, explore more, argue, I would love to do that. You can catch me on Twitter or LinkedIn. With this, I think you can open any floor for questions. Okay.
Yeah, Satyajit, thanks again for a great session. You are not only on time, but you are banged with, a lot of interactions, where people were talking about their thought process, right? So there also you are on target. So let's invite questions from people. Any questions, anyone that comes to your mind? Before that, Satish, do we have any offline questions from YouTube or from the LinkedIn?
No offline question, but participants are having questions. Let me unmute them. Subhash, you have a question? You want to ask Satyajit?
Yeah, hi. I think it's fine. Part of it has been answered, but because in one of the slides initially it was shown that it was mentioned as a problem space and a solution space. I think I was trying to understand how does design thinking fit in there, because obviously that's something which is very important, because you have to look at the unfulfilled requirements, right? Not just requirements, but unfulfilled requirements.
Right. Okay. I'll try to maybe give my perspective to this answer. Okay. You can, I mean, I don't want to see design thinking is framework, definitely. I've been using that as well. But you can think this as a simplified version of a design thinking, what we just plotted more horizontally. Okay. You can say again, design thinking, you diverge, you converge, you diverge, you converge, right? On problem space as well as a solution space. Okay, on that. Only one correct I wanted to, it's never unfulfilled requirements. When you say requirements, it's always freeze. It's unfulfilled needs. So it's always from that angle. Okay, the needs, pain points, and all that. Okay, so I mean, just a short answer. I just wanted to give it to you. But you can think as this isn't just a simplification of a design thinking more. I've just tried to include bit more from maybe. Try to identifying personas, identifying jobs to be done, and then you identify the problems for which actually jobs to be done are not able to be successful. Okay, from that angle. I mean, I hope I was able to touch that point. Subhash, we're looking at. Okay.
Okay, Sachit, I have a question from my side. Usually, when we say Agile coach, right, people see more of us from the Agile practices perspective, or like a technical coach, right?
Yes.
Very rarely we will be allowed to enter into the product space, because there are already defined product owners, product managers, right? So how you see this perspective, and at some level there will be resistance also, like you have different product coaches at work. How you chase that, and how you entered into the product space and made that difference?
See, that's a very good question. And I think this is, Sharad, this is a problem across industry. Okay, this is not generally, it's across all the organization, right? Where we, as a coaches, or even we are only restricted to the implementation part. Okay, we have never forced to ask, okay, why should we implement? But the first basic thing, right? The first basic thing to change a culture is that, okay, which probably worked in some cases, mine, but didn't work. You at least identify if you've deployed certain feature, right? Is a customer really using it? Only the basic question. You can talk to the product managers. Product manager doesn't have the data. Someone else will have, right? Is a customer really using it? That is a basic question, right? And then see, most of this, right? That is what I say, right? The three roles. There are different roles, or either these are combined strategy and this, and there is no. It is like separating hands from brain. कोई बंदा एक और कर रहा है, and then somebody else is doing something. So as a coach, it's difficult to push. I know that. I know as a coach, it's difficult to push the culture. But then even before pushing the culture, right, I should be aware where should I apply a push. That is what it is. See, because most of what happens, right, in coaching engagement, we don't know what happens before product backlog, and we don't know what happens after releasing a feature. Okay, so this is where you generally need to push, right? And I think I have seen, right, guys, couple of agile coaches moving into product roles or product managers role. I've seen I have a couple of examples. So it is just that, again, I'm telling you, right, there was one caveat. It depends upon organization culture, how big and small it is. But then if we as an agile coach, right, generally the objective of this call was that if we stick only to the process, people will limit us only to the process. We either have to move to the technology side, or either we have to move to the product side. Either try to understand the entire gamut. Okay, otherwise we'll stuck into that hamster wheel. Okay, that is what my whole point of this session was.
Right. I think we need to start talking more in the product language.
Yes.
Try to outsmart them in some area where our ideology also help them understand that we are trying to make a difference from the product perspective, right? That's how I believe people will start with us.
Exactly.
From the leadership perspective also, and that will give us more voice to start creating difference.
True. See, and then Sharath, I'll just say it, right? See, this is our jobs to be done. This is our unmet needs. We have to meet it. There's a market over this, and we have to capture that. That is how I look at it, right? Right.
All right. Any other questions from anyone? One last question.
I think we need to include product management as part of Agile CE. Okay. Subhash, that is interesting. Okay. But generally that doesn't happen. Okay. What happens, right? Agile is plugged as part of a product management in product companies. If you look at Zerodha, if you look at Razorpay, if you look at Misho, what generally happens, there is a product arm. See, there is one roles and responsibility called as structuring the product team topology, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you must have aware of team topology, right? You structure your pod according to the problem statement. I want to increase the revenue. So this is a goal of that pod. And there are product managers, there are sales manager, and there are Agile is plugged into that. The engineers. These guys will be never part of Agile. If this guy will be part of Agile, it's going to be delivery arm. So we'll have to remove that Agile part and plug into the product arm, or probably so. So I was just trying to change. So it's completely changed in a pyramid. We'll have to do it ulta. Otherwise, it's going to be problematic for all. But then I think, as Sharath said, right, we as a coaches and Scrum Master, we'll have to start thinking from a business impact on a product language. We'll start doing that. And this is where people will feel a value of this, I mean, from that angle. Okay. Management, this is not happening since Agile is not reporting. Where Agile reporting, I'll tell you, it's quite a complicated topic. It's quite a structural, I think it's quite, yes. But then generally, right, in product organization, there are CPOs, Chief Product Officers. And there is also a role called as Chief Product Officer and CPTO kind of a such, right? So this is what, and so in general, right, from that angle. But then problem align pods, and then you do that. Yes. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I think Satyajit, we are.
Yes, I think we are. Yes. Yeah. I think thank you guys. Thanks Satish. Thanks Sharath. I think it's a marvelous opportunity. Thank you.
Right. Let's give a token of appreciation from our side and showcasing the screen. Hope you all can see it. A little bit of appreciation to Satyajit for his contribution.
Yes. Thanks, Sharad. Thanks, Satish. You guys are doing a marvelous job. Thank you all. Great efforts. Okay.
Thanks, Satyajit.
Thank you.
Satish, I think it's your turn to again stop my sharing. I don't know. I'm poor at Zoom. And please go ahead and announce it. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Satyajit. So, yes, coming up next, let's take a short break, 15 minutes. We thought of 30 minutes, but again, due to the time, we went a little bit ahead. And so, let's take a quick break. We can have a working dinner, if in case it is comfortable for all of you. Then we have Nilanshi covering about customer obsession canvas, followed by our closing notes. So, we'll wrap up by 10 o'clock so that you can have a weekend. Tomorrow we can spend with your family. Let's be back by 9 p.m. IST. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi all, welcome back. Let's make a start. Satish, I'm audible.
Yes, Gaurav, you're audible.
Okay, should we wait for a few more minutes or should we start?
We can get started. It's 9:10 already.
Okay, guys, so welcome back. Congratulations to all. India has won a match. All right, I was hoping that a few more folks would be joining post dinner, but we can make a start now. So we have our next speaker, Nilanshi. She is a director at Visa, and she's also certified Agile coach, safe for Agilists, CSM. She's a seasoned professional with outstanding track record of executing enterprise-wide performance by driving initiatives that help increase agile and product mindset and embedding of agile and product practices. So with this, we will start the session now. The topic for this session is customer obsession canvas. Nilanshi, can I share the screen or you are comfortable to share the PPT? Satish, fear.
Looks like Nilanshi got dropped off. Just a minute, we are checking.
She is not there.
I think she joined back. Nilanshi, can you hear us?
Nilanshi, you're on mute. Can you unmute? I think again she is dropped.
Nilanshi, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, she.
Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Cool, that's good. Good to know.
Nilanshi, if you want, I can share the screen. The PPT.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm sharing for you. Let me know if it's visible to all.
I can see it.
Yeah, make it full screen, Gaurav. Yep, I think we are set, Nilanshi. Thank you.
Cool. Hello, everybody. I'm Nalanshi, director at Visa and an Agilist by passion, who have lived more than decades in helping numerous organizations on their transformation journey. To name a few of them, it's Goldman Sachs, Ensure Corporation, DXC Technologies, United Health Group, and currently I'm helping Visa on their transformation journey. I have trained and coached more than 15,000 people on agile and product practices. And in today's session, we would be going through the customer obsession canvas. So next slide, please. So according to Bloomberg, 8 out of 10 entrepreneurs who start businesses fail within the first 18 months. And I would like you guys to guess the number one reason behind it. You guys can unmute yourself if that's possible, or just respond on the chat. What is one of the reasons that entrepreneurs fail in the initial first 18 months itself?
They might have not done their groundwork before they get started. Understanding what customer base or what product or what problem they're trying to solve.
Very close to that. Good one. Anyone else would like to try it out?
They might not be having the runway to continue.
I think that's also good. Let's go to the next slide and understand the number one reason behind it. Next slide, please. Yes, the number one reason is not really in touch with customers through the deep dialogue. When I say deep dialogue, what is that? And how do we think, the organizations are trying to solve this problem? We can take a look at one of the most customer obsessed organization, which is Amazon, right? To understand how do they solve the problem. So Amazon shows that customer obsession starts from the top down. If you hear Jeff Bezos, he credits much of Amazon's success to 4 core key values. And the first one is customer obsession. The first and by far the most important one is customer obsession as opposed to competitor obsession. Because in the market, in these days, we have been seeing a lot of people just copying things that everybody else is developing. And similarly, I think even if you talk about the profession, that's what is happening, in that case also. If you see someone, growing, you want to be in that mode. You want to just try that role out, try that designation out without understanding the real base. What is the need there, right? So customer obsession is not a responsibility that falls on a customer service or on a single team. It's actually the entire organization, which is responsible for this. Every department needs to be customer obsessed, and that's the ripple effect you would see, from top to down. Now, when I was talking about Amazon, right, how are they solving this problem? They call it as working backward process. And how do they start with it, right? They never start with creating a product. They start with a mock press release, which involves first defining the customer experience you want to enable, right? And then working backwards from there to find out who is your customer, right? And how are you defining their problem statement? The customer-centric approach ensures that, it focuses on its effort on developing solutions that truly meet the customer needs. They start, working backwards to defining the customer by doing the press release, and then, they go with PRFAQs. The goal here is only being customer-centric when you are starting with it. And the motivation of drafting a mock press release is to focus on the customer, the problem, and why existing solutions fail. And if at all you are trying to build, a solution which is already existing in the market, what is the difference that you are going to create, right? And they keep on iterating on these documents, which is somewhere against Agile, but I would not say against, because they are also trying to understand the real problem there, right? And then this mock press release, which is basically taken as the product has been delivered now. What is our product going to look like? What's the customer journey going to look like? And then the press release should pass the Oprah speak test, right? Imagine listening to Oprah trying to explain to her audience while, it appears that you're doing a press release, a real press release, but it's actually the customer discovery behind it, right? And this session is mainly focused on, what could be the advantages, what could be the disadvantages, what could be the risk, and what is the market research that has been done. So I'll be taking, over all those questions in my later slides. But for now, what happens after the press release? Once you showcase something which has been already in market, is that's how you're showing it to your product. You haven't started building that product, but you're doing the press release to say that, that this is how it has been developed and this is how we are marketing it, right? And then the FAQ is the outcome of all the questions and answers which comes during that review section. So that, when you're trying to create your product, what could be the questions around it, what are our frequent asked questions, and how do we want to answer it. So basically a end-to-end kind of a document. Now, customer centricity is why, Amazon's PRFAQ wins, because it's a business strategy that you are trying to develop and making sure that, you're also doing a good level of customer engagement. At Amazon, it's built into their culture through their mission statement and company values. And I think all of us have been listening to these sessions from, since the evening about product management. What is product discovery, right? How we can be customer centric, how can we define the problems, right? And how are we solving those problems? But the real trouble in IT world is that when it comes to understanding the problem, we only spend 10% time on it, and we spend 90% of the time in basically creating that solution house. However, it should be vice versa, right? We should ideally be spending 90% of the time understanding the problem. And that is why one of the greatest quote that I have been using in all my sessions is, startup founders or people who are trying to create a product must walk 10,000 kilometers in the shoes of their customer, not just 10, 100,000, 10,000 steps. When I say 10,000 steps, that means literally understanding, what is the difference between the customer need and want, right? I think all of us have been kind of understanding or going through the concept of design thinking. But when it comes to the difference between need versus want, have we ever thought about it, what it is? So here is a question again to all of you. I don't know if you are a chai or a coffee person, tea or a coffee person in the morning, but do let me know, what is the need of having a coffee or a tea in the morning? You guys can unmute yourself. Okay, relief, cool. Mouth refreshment, okay. Think about it, whether it's a need, right? What is the need? Relief is, of course, a need, right? Mouth refreshment, yeah, could be a need. What else? To me, it's just, be awake in the morning. If I take a cup of tea, I know I'll have that energy to go to the next, to-do list and start working on it. But at the same time, yeah, of course, energy booster, good. So, but what is my want there? I am not a tea person, but I love to have a creamy coffee, right? So when I say I want to have a creamy coffee, I also want with some flavor on it, right? So I want to make sure it's not as strong as you get it at Starbucks, but it is, it is not as light as, it cannot even, it cannot really cater to my needs. So I like creamy coffee with milk, but your needs and your wants could be different, right? So we have, when I was looking at the answers, we have different answers on the need. So that means we are able to understand our needs, but our wants could be very, very different. So when it comes to, going to the customer's shoe, we have to start understanding. And that is why, I always say we should marry these concepts of Agile and product management, because Agile talks about MVP. And similarly, if you talk about product management, we talk about customer needs, right? And that is how we create, based on the need, we create MVP, right? What is minimum viable product? That's not on the wants. We do not want to create something on the wants. Nowadays, there's another term, that I was listening in one of the training that I attended recently, which was minimum lovable product, right? How do you make something lovable? How do you really make sure that people just fall in love with your product? They just want to keep, seeing your product somehow. So those are the things that we should be kind of focusing on when it comes to understanding the customer. Now, obtaining a better understanding of a customer, is an essential step towards creating a product. The more you know about your customers, the better you will understand their journey. And it's not only, during the transaction, but during and after the sale, right? So I think some of the organization have started looking at the customer journey, which was not the case, before COVID, like 3-4 years back. Nowadays, they look at all the personas, right? What kind of users that we have? What is their journey, right? Once we understand what the customer journey is, from where do they start and where do they end, right? As simple as, the way I'm not sure how many of you have looked at the video of how McD came up with their fastest ways of delivering a burger. I can probably play that if I have an option to share.
Yeah, you have. I can stop sharing the screen. You can share the screen now.
Let me know once you guys can see my screen.
Yeah, we can see now.
Yes, we can.
For some reason, this thing is not coming. Here it is. Let me know if you can also. Are you guys able to hear? Can you hear the sound?
No.
Neelansh, when you're sharing the screen, have you checked that box? Share.
On the left hand side, at the left hand side at the bottom, you will see your option includes sound. When you share, please reshare it. All right, stop sharing your screen and reshare it. Select that option, should work.
Share the sound. Okay, cool. Can you guys see it now? And let me know if you can also hear.
All my years in the food service industry, and I've seen it all.
We can hear now.
I want to hear your story.
Perfect. Cool.
Here you are. How the heck did you come up with this?
Oh, I didn't. We did. Dick McDonald, my brother.
Hi. Boy, I gotta tell you, this is the most... Well, it's nice to meet you. The McDonald's brothers, what those two boys created, changed everything. This changed everything.
Here for a little tour? Speed. That's the name of the game. The first stop for every McDonald's hamburger is the grill, manned by two cooks whose sole job it is to grill those all-beef beauties to perfection. Meanwhile, as the patty cooks, our dressers get the buns ready. Watch out. Burger crossing. Burger crossing. Mac and Dick McDonald stumbled onto a new system to fix the ills of the drive-in business, essentially, which is what they were in when they started.
They're sort of the Henry Ford of fast food. So they developed this choreographed way that food could be made in 30 seconds rather than 30 minutes.
We wanted something different, and that's when my brother here comes up with one of his brilliant ideas. Tell him, Dick.
Orders ready in 30 seconds, not 30 minutes.
And you were gonna love how he did it, Dick. You gotta tell him.
Tennis court?
Okay, he brings me up to this tennis court, and he's drawn this line, the exact dimensions of our kitchen.
Sink on the right, extruder on the left. Okay.
And Dick is running around with this stick, marking where all the equipment should be.
Tuck in. Tony, are you gonna skip the pickles when we're really doing it? Yes. No. No. Catch up! Use your lazy Susan. And pickles and pickle and mustard!
The Speed D system is born, and it's off to the races. And we are an overnight sensation 30 years in the making.
I hope you guys were able to listen to it. If not, McD was taking 30 minutes to deliver a burger, and they wanted to understand how we could do it in 30 seconds. And that's a clip from the Founders story, the Founders movie. So the message behind it was the real work, happens at the ground level, right? When we say ground level, they went to the tennis court and they designed the kitchen there to find out, what are the problems, where are the blockers, and what is the real need there, right? They wanted to have some parallel things, and they wanted to make sure that, we are not blocking each other during, all the steps that we have on the customer journey. So it was very important for them to understand the customer journey. And then, they did multiple sessions on, multiple iterations of understanding the journey. And then they were able to make it in 30 seconds, right? Now, I think most of us, love to see when we are at the counter of the MACD to, how do they really deliver that fast? And I think similar things we should also be learning from the organizations that have been doing great. That's why I just took an example of Amazon, right? So understanding how customers move in and out of the relationship, and why and how they buy. And this, if you know such stuff about the customer, this will help you deliver better services and products to the right people in the right place, in the right manner, at the right time, which is the key to success. And continuously generating, customer insight is most effective way to recognize the opportunities for the growth. And when it comes to, seeing the trends, I usually don't say that, you just go ahead and get the industry trends. What I recommend people is going and talking to their customers at their place, at their workplace where they're using, that product. And if you're not able, if you don't have a product yet, try to sit with the people who have real problem statement. What is that real trouble that they have? Next slide, please. Yeah, so this was about really going an extra step, right? Going 10,000 kilometers to a customer behavior, customer's insight, empathizing with the customer, all the steps of design thinking, right? You actually, why do you want to do that? Because we want to make sure that our customers love our designs. Next slide, please. So this is where, Amazon uses their questionnaire to create that mock press release when they start with the customer discovery. Who is the customer is the first question. And I can tell you, based on the experience that I have had, transforming the organizations, a lot of the leaders, when they were trying to create a product, they did not have the categorization of the users. They did not know who are they targeting. For an example, us being coaches, right? How do we know who are our customers, right? It could be as simple as startup founders who are looking to, generate something. It could be any organization who are doing good at, at this time, but they want to upgrade themselves to be catering to the demand of the market. Or it could be executives, right, who are looking to improve themselves and be a true leader, right? So when it comes to who is the customer, go through that during your product discovery very well, and then define those personas. And then understand the second question is, what is the problem you are trying to solve? As I was talking to someone yesterday, they brought up a very good problem statement. It was like, women in India are not safe in the night. It was a very crisp and clear problem. And then they were trying to find out a product for it, what it could be. And we had a really good discussion. It was very crisp and clear thought process behind, how we could create a product. So those are the discussions which should happen, right? Like when women are not safe in India, how we can really let other people help them out. So, the idea which came up was, why don't we, just create a trigger which could be used by any phone, by any kind of, people. And then, as soon as you are in trouble, you just touch your phone somehow and people get a notification around you. And once they get that notification, whether those are volunteers or security guards of the societies or anybody who would like to help others, can come out and give them the support, right? But I mean, you should understand your problem statement so well that your solution should be to that problem statement, not your own created problem statement, right? It should be customer's problem. And then the next thing comes is, how are you going to solve that problem? When it comes to solving that problem, have you really understood, what the customer journey is? right? From where they start to where they end. As simple as when you go to a coffee shop, what's the process? You go to a coffee shop, you order your coffee, right? And they take out a bill, but then either you sit at the table to wait for your coffee, or you stand at the counter to take your coffee. But there are multiple steps in between that these guys do, right? And that's the journey that they have. For a customer, for me, it's as simple as going to the counter and then getting my coffee. That's the end result. But there's a journey in between. That's what we have to understand very clearly. And what is the experience that I am getting as a customer, right? Where are they talking to me? What is the kind of interactions that we're having with the customer? And then, the next one is, how do you know what customers need? Have you done enough research around it? Have you done enough market research? Do you know if there are all the products which are available in the market have already solved that problem somehow? Or do you know that this is the problem that no one has ever solved? And that is where you need very good set of, product research analyst or a good, product research team, because that's how they look at the statistics of the market and find out why, if at all there was a product developed, what was their pricing? What was the issue that people were not able to use it? Was there a marketing issue? Was there a problem at, this problem with the solution? If at all you find that there's a problem with the solution, then I think it's a better step to go ahead and create another solution for it. But if at all, if someone has already solved that problem, what is the difference that your product is going to create? And if at all you're able to articulate that difference well, benefits well and good, then talk about your pricing. If you cannot really, compete with the pricing, give them the extra offering, service offering, like, a lot of organizations these days do with their tools, right? With their softwares, is giving them maintenance for a year free, right? So all of those things are really important for us to deliver a good product. So when I say a good product, I think everybody has got their own definition. Not everybody likes everything, right? So companies that master customer obsession focus on the things they can do every day to consistently provide great experience. But I also would like to touch on why is customer obsession important? You shouldn't be thinking that it's just a little pie in the sky. If you talk about the customer obsession, it's a focus on all the aspects of customer experience, right down to each customer interaction. So talk about customer retention, right? Customer loyalty is everything if you already have a product in the market. According to the research, into the customer lifetime value, 54% of the respondents said that they have purchased more product from a company based on the first interaction that they had, first positive interactions that they had. Similarly, another data that I have is 58% said that they stopped doing the business with the company after a single negative interaction. And 46% of those who said that they stopped doing the business with that company is up to 2 years. They never came back for 2 years. So what is your customer retention strategy? How are you being obsessed? It's not only about you being obsessed, it's basically making that culture, making your organization as customer obsessed organization. And according to the same study, if I talk about customer acquisition, 67% of the respondents said that they were likely to recommend a company's product or service to all other known people, all other known organizations based on the single interaction. So your interaction is really important there. And 52% said that they would warn off others based on one negative. It's really crucial. And I really want to thank enough to SS Guru's group, who has been doing such a great job in sharing their thoughts with the people, helping people with getting a right job, and also helping them attend the interviews in a way that they can be successful. So it's just not possible with one person. It's the support of the community. But I think Shat and Satish, well done guys on it. And I would like to thank you for organizing this summit and running it seamlessly. I have attended so many conferences online during COVID, and I really understand the challenges behind it. But at the same time, I think you guys rocked. So just to summarize, and I wanted to give you guys 7 tips to become more customer centric. First is provide generous customer service. Second is use a customer journey map to anticipate the needs of the customers. The third one is collect customer feedback on a regular basis, frequent basis, as frequent as every 7 days, every 15 days, if possible. Centralize the customer data and enhance your customer experience with all the new technologies available. You can just do that with AI these days. And make sure that you make a culture in your organization, to make your customer at the heart of the business. And then prioritize customer retention, where I think most of us have not really done a great job, but we should be doing it. So I would like to thank everybody who have been attending this. I think I apologize if you're not able to hear the audios, but I'll share the link. That's one of the greatest ways of showing, how we can think about solving a problem. So thank you, everybody. That was about customer obsession. And if you have any questions, do come back to me.
Thanks, Nilanshi. Now the forum is open for any questions. The feedback is already been rolled out. So request everyone to please fill. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We will unmute you. You can directly ask any questions with respect to the topic with Nilanshi.
So one of the question, or maybe the asked from the participants is, can you share the YouTube link of the video clip you shared? Because there is a little bit of delay or lag.
Cool. I'll do that. I think you guys have it.
Okay. Still, I believe it's very difficult to deliver a burger in 30 seconds, right? Even after watching that video multiple times.
But I think I love the idea of the way they design the tennis court and, practice it. So it's like lots and lots of iteration behind it. And from 30 minutes to 30 seconds is a big deal, because I myself, when I was working, with the previous organization, we were solving a problem of employee onboarding, right? It was taking 45 days from screening, from opening a rec to shortlisting one person for a particular role. And we brought it down to 7 days. So from 40 days to 7 days was a big deal, because I know, what was the process behind it, how many things, we do behind the scene, what kind of approvals, we get, and how many times do we have multiple things going on, right? So I think it's very, very good video. You must watch. If you're not able to understand, at first go watch it second time, watch it third time, and then you will be able to explain people what is the benefit of, the speed in the system and how are, the organizations making a difference in the world.
Thanks, Nilanshi. Any further questions we have for Nilanshi? No? Nilanshi, let me share my screen. It's time to facilitate you with a token of appreciation from SS Agile Group. So let me know once you are able to see. Are you able to see?
It's coming up.
Okay, small token of appreciation from SS Agile Gurus. Sharat, Satish, you want to say something?
Thank you so much, team. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Nilanshi, for ending with a great note. Again, customer obsession, right? This is customer centricity is one of the core topics which every organization is, dreaming and thinking of, and how we can create value. to the customer. So that is the order of the day, and thanks for enlightening us more on that space.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to the audience for taking out time and listening to me.
That's great. Satish, you want to take over?
Yes, Satish, you there? Okay, guys, just one thing I would like to announce, right? Sharad has already shared the NGO slides on the all the groups and on the chat also. So request you to please see like if you can donate anything on different NGOs, right? So that's one message I would like to pass. Satish, over to you now. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for taking your time over the 2 days to go through these sessions. Let's quickly go through it. The closure notes. Okay, just now Gaurav mentioned like as a token of commitment from our side as a community, we have shared a couple of NGO details over the WhatsApp groups during the breaks as well. We are getting many confirmations stating that the participants are contributing. Just don't not limiting for this specific summit or anything. Like it's a sort of a goodwill or a good what is it, a habit or anything, like giving back to the community. We do whatever you want, however you want, it is up to you. We are not restricting, we are not limiting only to these NGOs. That is one of the question or query we are getting from the participants. Do we need to donate only to these NGOs? Not at all, not at all. These are some of the NGOs which we got authenticated or cross-checked from our side. That's the reason we are promoting or showcasing as part of this activity. Moving ahead, like the day 2, yes, we are at the end, the closure of day 2, and we had 6 wonderful speakers covering different topics related to the product management. Each topic is touching a different aspect or different context of the product management. Still, it is just a starting point, right? So these topics or these summits are scheduled so that like we can get the initial thoughts, and these topics or these speakers can help us to connect the dots from the bigger picture. So we have shared all the LinkedIn profiles of the speakers. The speakers also shared some of the topics or some of the concepts or some of the pointers aspects from their side. So feel free to reach out to the speakers. Networking and continuous learning is the key. That's what the summit is the motto as well. And
so,
yes, we had, yes, Sharath.
Yeah, before Satish move forward to the next slide, just want to add a couple of points from my side. Whenever we thought of making a summit, there is almost 1.5 month planning that goes behind that, right? You can see right from getting the promos or getting the speakers, the time availability, or coordinating the slides, right? Communicating to the participants right on time, right? Sending the mailers, right? And getting those NGO slides. So there's a lot of effort that went behind, from me and Satish, along with Satish also. Right time he ensured that we got this. If you are seeing these beautiful certificates today, that is the creativity from Satish side, and getting the schedules, getting the speakers, right? Again, core contribution from his side, and we have created WhatsApp groups, right? And we are going to acknowledge our facilitators also, because the kind of passion that I see, which I'm going to talk about in next few minutes, not only that passion, along with that, if you are getting that live feed, there is a lot of interaction that is going in the background in WhatsApp to give that lively feed to you, like a fresh or fresh food, right? So they're also facilitators. They have done a very great job, again introducing the speakers, right? So all this coordination should not have happened, right? With only a single person. This is all a collective effort from the community people, and these like-minded people, Really, I need to appreciate all the facilitators here. So I think Satish started showing the facilitator slides. Please go ahead, Satish. I'll talk in a minute. Right. Yeah, here I can see the facilitator slides, right? Let me talk about Gaurav first, because he also participated in our last summit as a facilitator, right? When it comes to the facilitator, we think like, okay, we introduce the speaker or we coordinate in some partial activities, right? And we might think that that is done for the day. But the kind of fire, the kind of passion that I saw in Gaurav is completely different. He's up to mark at every place, and the way he coordinates, the way he shows the passion in dealing with all the things is all next level. So I really want to thank Gaurav from the bottom of my heart, and you keep going, Gaurav. It's a great stride that you are doing, and keep helping us in future as much as you can, right? Then Shiva is a new facilitator in this year, second edition. But you might have already observed the kind of intros that he has given, the kind of strong confidence that he has in establishing himself and coordinating. So a big round of applause to Shiva also. And Venkat, he has been there since long. He is there in the first session, first edition also. The kind of efforts he has put in. Yesterday night he was messaging, hey, something is not happening well in the family side, but still he showed up today. And there is one more facilitator who is unable to make up because of some family reasons. These are the guys, there are only 4 people who are facilitating us, but the kind of passion that they have shown is impeccable, right? And unmatching, right? So a big kudos and big round of applause to each and everyone. I request everyone to come on video and give a big round of applause to all of these people, right? Without these people organizing in such a meticulous way, in such a time-bound fashion, it would not have been possible at all. So my heartfelt thanks from SSHL Gurus. Please go ahead, Satish. Thank you. Satish, I think you are on mute.
You're able to see my next slide? Not yet.
We can see now.
Satish. Okay. So yes, we have one silent contributor to our summit or to all the activities we are doing. So our logo designer. So the specialty is like we never reached out to him. He himself voluntarily contributed each and every time. Like he himself reached out to us stating that these are the logos or these are the designs that I came up with. You want to make use of it or feel free to give any feedback. So each and every, including the backgrounds, the logos, each and everything, he is the one who designed it without even asking, without even reaching out to us. I mean, reaching out from our side. So we would like to give an appreciation. So this is the initial logo, which you might have already observed for all the WhatsApp groups. And this is specifically designed for Product and Tech Summit. And so we would like to thank Sripati Kaushik for doing this excellent job, for coming up with the marvelous designs, even without asking or even without we reaching out to him. Thanks, Sripati, for doing this.
Right. As Satish told, someone please go on. Yeah. As Satish told, we never asked him. We were thinking offline, like, okay, someday we need to have a logo. We need to find one technician who can help us, not only setting this logo, probably we can come up with some site or something. We were in discussions. All of a sudden, one day he himself, introduced to us in the WhatsApp group and say that, hey, I'm trying to get this logo. See if this is fine for you. The first 4 logos that he has created on the spot, we have liked this logo and we have shared the feedback to him. So, a big vote of thanks to Sripati Kaushik. I think he's there in this summit also. Somewhere I saw him. If he's still there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Kaushik. Thanks for your great work, great artwork.
Thank you. I didn't expect this. It's a surprise for me.
We are indebted to you for our future also, in future also.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Satish, please move forward. You want to share any thoughts, Kaushik?
Nothing. I'm a silent contributor. That's it. It's a voluntary support. It's just my hobby. Actually, it is my stress buster. When I'm really stressed, I keep designing. I'm not a professional. I do many, but I just give few. It's my view, right? But ultimately, you are the ones who are using it. But thanks. I was surprised yesterday by seeing the background. So wow, you're using it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Again. Yeah. Please go ahead, Satish.
Hey, yes. So a quick glimpse of SS Agile Guru's journey. We started in 2021 October, and we are about to complete 2 years. So the date is exactly coming on the Dasara time. So that's the reason we are doing early celebrations. So we had this summit, product tech summit yesterday and today. So just to go through a quick glimpse, we did a lot of individual sessions. We did a lot of Jira related sessions, Scale Agile related sessions, where the speakers, whoever is interested, they themselves reach out to us and sharing that I want to present this. I want to share the knowledge or the topic or my expertise with the participants, with the group members. Can we facilitate? So that's how we started it, and we did a lot of sessions like that. We ourselves did few sessions from our side. So feel free to reach out to us if in case any of you want to do any sessions. We are happy to facilitate. We have all the platforms available to get the sessions up and running and get it done. So feel free to reach out to us. We are happy to host you. And last year, 15th October 2022, we did our first annual meetup. We did for 1 day from 6 to 10. Then the 2023, we did Agile Coach Summit during the month of March, 2 days, 2 parallel tracks. It became really hectic, a little bit overburden for us to, not only for us, for the participants as well. So that's the reason we took the feedback and we want to make sure a seamless, smooth experience for the participants. That's the reason we felt we want to do only 1 track so that everyone will be focused, everyone will be listening only to the 1 speaker. Even we felt in the Agile Coach Summit, what's happening in the other track. Even I'm on the second track, I'm feeling that I myself as a facilitator is missing the first track session. So we don't want to have that situation now. So that's the reason we had only 1 track. So the excellent speakers and the topics and the participation. Thanks for that. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. So again, just now, as I mentioned, we scheduled only 1 track. So because of which we still have few more speakers or few more sessions lined up. The same, the tech topics and the product management topics. So putting the generative AI to work is one of the topic, and the apps which we can use or which you can make from the generative AI perspective. So these are the 2 topics which we shortlisted for the next individual sessions from the tech related topics. And the product management, still we have a couple of topics like growth mindset for product management and the product mindset and shifting left. So these are the continuation sessions we will be having. It will be scheduling over the weekends, alternate weekends, and we will make sure once we are back from Dasara vacation, we will schedule it. So make sure we have a wonderful Dasara vacation, all of us. Along with that, so till now we are doing only these specific things, but now we want to bring in some tool specific sessions. We already did some sessions, but now we want to add hands-on activities or how we can do some simulations. Jira, we have all the setup done. Azure DevOps, many folks are starting to ask. So if in case any of you are interested to facilitate or share your expertise, feel free to reach out to us. Because even now when we are having the summit here, is a couple of folks are asking in the groups, I want some material or some pointers or topics related to Azure DevOps. So see, we all know that as an Agilist, we'll say individuals and interactions over process and tools, but still we end up following the tools for organization perspective or the client or customer specific perspective. So We want to focus on the tool specific sessions as well. We did few sessions already for Jira. We are planning up for some more sessions. We will keep the group about the schedule. Role specific simulations is what we are thinking again. Every now and then we will get the questions in the forums individually as well, like how to facilitate sprint planning, or what are the different techniques or different approaches we can use for the retrospectives. So these are the different questions every now and then we will be getting. Not only we also might be having the similar questions or similar challenges. So we are planning. Nothing is finalized, but we are still in the discussions on how we want to bring up that role specific simulations. Then the hands-on workshops and the discussions. Just keep watching the space. We will post the schedule and the topics well ahead, scheduled in advance, so that like we can get the maximum participation and maximum benefit out of it. And as I mentioned, like interested to be a volunteer or facilitator for any of these sessions, or you want to share your expertise, you can reach out to us on WhatsApp. We are happy to facilitate the topics. Anything else? So we are at top of the hour.
Yeah,
Special thanks to all the participants as well, not just the speakers, facilitators, the participants as well, bearing us for 2 days of the summit yesterday and today, taking part from your weekend, the India-Pakistan match, and making sure you are with us through the sessions. And
so while
happy to have you.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Satish. Sorry to cut. While we take the offline feedback from each one of you, we want to hear more from your side now also for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Please feel free to unmute yourself and share your thoughts. Love to hear the feedback.
Now you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Nilanshi here. I can, again share some of the thoughts. I have seen so many groups being formed, in my 16 years of journey so far, and so many groups being, I would say just silent after some time. But I really appreciate the consistency that, this group is bringing. I've been part of it since COVID, and the way, we have been posting jobs, we have been helping the teams out, also filling the knowledge gap and getting this community together. So well done. Thank you.
Thanks, Nilanshi. Thank you. Any other people want to share their feedback?
You can unmute, you can turn on your video.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Alberto.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say you guys are awesome. It's not easy organizing the conference. I've tried it back home for that stuff. I know how difficult it is. So your area of speakers and the efforts, dedication from your team is out of the world. So I just want to say thank you guys. We'll touch base so that we can know how we can you can support us in the class we have it back home here. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all.
Thanks, Albert.
And I would say, how do you say it? Shukriya. And so, how do you say good night again?
Thanks.
Yeah, it's all right.
This is collective approach. Yeah.
Sharath, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
we can hear you, Prabhu.
Yeah. Hey guys, a great show. I was not expecting this, and I came to know about the other side of Sharath as well. So I'm very happy, Sharath, that I had been connected with you and able to see you this side. Okay, so I was not knowing much about SS Agile Gurus and all that, but what we met in CXO Incubator, and then this is happening. So thank you very much, and Satish also. So SS stands for Satish and Sarad. This was also a revelation for me. You guys were doing a great job, and really appreciate all the efforts and the seamless management, and I mean a lot of good things. Really appreciate all the efforts from bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Prabhu. Yeah, as you told, we were part of the CXO incubator sessions held by Radhika Balakrishnan, right? And Pavan Tallapragada, who I think did session yesterday, he's also part of. He was also part of the CXO incubator. That's how we got these two speakers. So we want to thank Radhika Balakrishnan also. And that's also one of the great platforms, which I believe we can talk offline. But basically, when it comes to SS Agile Guru's platform, right? Our motto is only, in a single line: give back to the community as strong as you can, so that it will help us someday or the other, right? This is the only motto which gives and keeps triggering us time to time, like, okay, let's do something to the community, something where it can people in a different dimension, something that will enlighten them and move towards the right direction, right? In terms of creating new groups, or helping them in jobs, or guiding them. A lot of people keep coming to us offline and keep calling us, right? Can you provide direction in this way? Can you coach us in this way? We are struggling with this. So a lot of offline calls also we get. So, but we never denied, to my knowledge, a single call, and try to help them in some way or the other, right? So that, it will help them stabilize in their careers, and someday they will extend that helping hand to the other people with the same intent. So this is how we are working, since past 2-3 years. I hope God will give us more energy to keep doing these kind of things for the rest of the life. Thank you.
Shivrati.
And any last comments from anyone? I know we are at the top of the hour, so that we can call it a day.
Sharad, if you allow me, I can say a few things.
Please go ahead, Gaurav.
So I think, Sharad, next time we would like to have an in-person session, one-day conference. Let's sit together, discuss on that, right? We guys can do, you have brilliant ideas, right? And we can contribute along with you.
I know you are throwing a googly for us. It's difficult to digest that googly, but definitely, yeah, let's plan. Even though a lot of logistics will include in that, we are determined, we can make it happen. So definitely, thoughts will go in that side for me and Satish. Let us brainstorm and come back. Definitely.
Thank you, Sharad. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that, Gaurav. We'll work on it, and we will let the group know.
Great. Thank you.
Venkat, you want to share any thoughts from your side?
Yeah, it was wonderful, Sharath and Satish. I mean, we have been associated since what, like more than 4 or 5 years, and it is good to be a part of giving back to the community. At any point of time, like for anything, like I'm happy to serve as a volunteer, and then work. That should not be a big deal. And thanks for the lovely audience.
Yeah. Today, India has won, and audience also have won, because they have won in two ways, right? One, they have gained as much knowledge as they can, which they can implement in some part of their life, or when they are in talks with the leadership and everything. And second thing, India has won, right? So double congrats to all of you. Okay. Yeah. With this, I think we can call it a day, Satish, and everyone, unless you have anything to share.
We can be open if in case anyone has any questions or anything to share. Otherwise, thanks everyone. Anyone want to add or have any questions or anything? Last couple of minutes.
Yeah, one request, as Gaurav already requested, please contribute to the NGOs. If you are already doing somewhere, that's great. But if you want to do with whatever NGOs that we have shared offline, please go ahead and do that. And you can share in the group that screenshot or something, because that will inspire other people, at least one other helping hand to come forward and contribute. Okay, thanks all. All right, I think we can call it a day. Thanks everyone.
Thanks.
Have a great day. Keep shining.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Thanks. Bye.